Good morning, dzień dobry. My name is Anna Plater. I'm the head of international affairs here at the Polish Academy of Sciences, and today I will have a great pleasure to facilitate our event. First, I would like to invite for opening remarks the president of the Polish Academy of Sciences, Professor Marek Konarzewski. Marek, the floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to the Staszic Palace, the headquarters of Polish Academy of Sciences. We secured a very good weather, so please enjoy. But first and foremost, I'm confident we secured a very good atmosphere for a very timely and very important topic, that is science diplomacy. And this meeting has been inspired by our fantastic collaboration with European Commission, namely with Jan Marco Miller, who at some point remarked that it would be fantastic to start a number of meetings in Warsaw, trying to foster science diplomacy as a tool for not only for the Minister of Foreign Affairs, but for Poland at large, including the academia. And with that, we thought, yes, of course, we'll take this effort and we'll invite the best and brightest who work in this very specific but very, very important field that is very interdisciplinary, and for that, it's so much difficult. Let me greet Undersecretary of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mrs. Wystarczy pierwszy człon, okay. I think that we have, I'm sorry, I missed Mrs. Anna Radwan. I'm sorry, I had a problem with your second part of the yeah, okay, all right. So I'm sorry for this faux pas, but that's okay. All right. Anyway, warm welcome, Madam Minister. The Minister of Science and Higher Education is represented by, I think that we expected Magdalena Maciejewska, yes, the Director Magdalena Maciejewska, that was also for a long time my collaborator in my second or third life, when I was more into science diplomacy in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. But this is not the time for this part of my CV. But most importantly, there are with us people who in recent years really participated and contributed to the development of science diplomacy globally. And to make a long story short, in 2010, the Royal Society and CEES published a landmark report on science diplomacy and new frontiers of science diplomacy. And it was, I think, the report that started a worldwide interest in science diplomacy as a tool for leveraging science into diplomacy and vice versa. And a number of initiatives follow suit, a number of countries. Some of them had the role of science diplomacy well established, and these were, well, first and foremost, the United States, the United Kingdom, France, and so on. But the rest lagged behind, including Poland. And I think this is a really the high moment to try to engage Polish academia and Polish decision makers in using science diplomacy as a tool to project our national interests, but also the interests of the European Union. And that's the main goal of our meeting, to learn from the best and brightest how to do it, and to and to engage ourselves in this undertaking. We have a long way to go because we have to build the capacity within academia. I mean the universities, also our academia. I mean Polish Academy of Sciences, but also within the ministries. Of course, within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but also other ministries that uses science as a tool, or are directly or indirectly related to science. And today there are no global issues that are removed from science. Just to name global warming, demography, the whole issue of energy, and so on and so forth. Each and every of them is in fact the scientific problem, or at least has the scientific issues as the background. And without understanding it, without implementing the right tools to use the best scientific knowledge to provide the best advice and then the best decision making, we won't progress. And I am confident that the very many difficulties that we face today are the difficulties that were not solved because of the lack of proper science advice, both internally and internationally. And with that, I'm absolutely confident that today's meeting will be the very important point for advancing science diplomacy in Poland. Thank you again for coming. Thank you again for the interest, and I'm very much confident that by the end of the day we'll have a very solid outcome, and this solid outcome will help us to build science diplomacy capacity in Poland. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marek. And now I would like to invite to the floor Ms. Anna Radwan-Rühren-Szef, Under Secretary of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, dear friends, Professor. It's a great honor and privilege to be today with you at this beautiful building in the center of Old Town in Warsaw. As President mentioned, the conference will bring a lot of input in the issue of science diplomacy, the topic which is openly speaking a bit neglected in our country, but I'm sure that this conference, thanks to European Commission, to the Ministry of Education, and to Minister of Foreign Affairs, will have a new impact. All of us knows how anti-scientific movement is progressing all over the world. We can hear how often the importance of scientists, of knowledge, of trust in researchers is being undermined. And it's not only about the small voices, but we hear even how big politicians, big names are undermining the role of science. From us, from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, from the Polish government, we can support and ensure you that the science is on the top of our agenda, is the most important in our activities, maybe not much visible as all of us would like to see, but it's crucial. And me, when I'm traveling all over the world, because this is my job to travel all over the world, the thing which I often ask colleagues from different countries, it's not diplomatic to mention which, but you can imagine which, how come you manage to have such a success in your economy, politics, building social trust, etc. And the only answer is education. Education and science is the key for our progress of our countries. And we can easily see, traveling all over the world, that the countries who are not paying attention to education are losing. So that's why it's so important what you are doing, how important it is to make the scientific diplomacy on the top of the agenda. It's also for us, as a politicians, as a ministers, the education, this scientific, academic area is very usable. It's very practical for us to also to solve some problems. You know that we often have to struggle differences, and always when we are on the level of science, it's always consensus. I must tell you, this is something which helps to make our aims to be done on many issues. I wish you fruitful discussions. I'm sure that it would be fruitful discussions. Whenever you need any support of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from me personally, my doors are always open, not only for the Polish scientists, not only for Polish academia or think tank sector, but internationally. Please don't hesitate to come, and if you need any support from us, we are here. Our taxpayers are paying for this, and we want to make our job as much fruitful as possible. And I'm looking forward for the results of today's conference. I will stay with you for about an hour, so it will be only also occasion for me to listen and to have the interesting input from all of you. So once again, thank you so much for the invitation and for this initiative. And yes, and I'm looking forward for your discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Minister. And now I would like to invite the Director of the Department of International Affairs at the Ministry for Science and Higher Education, Ms. Magdalena Maciejewska. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. In the name, only initials are correct, because I'm replacing the minister, the Undersecretary of State at the Ministry of Science and Higher Education, who couldn't join us today. Nevertheless, Mr. President, Madam Minister, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to be here at the premises of the beautiful palace of Stanisław Staszic, the headquarters of the Polish Academy of Sciences, and listen to the discussions on science diplomacy. I cannot assure you enough how much science diplomacy matters, as it has been already said by Madam Minister, both to the Ministry of Science and Higher Education and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. As we know, sometimes diplomacy, as it is defined in the dictionary, fails. Science, as all of you probably know, has the potential to cross borders. Some say that science doesn't have any borders. Therefore, it is important to develop this topic and catch up with the countries that are already ahead of us in the discussions and the development of this concept. And I am happy that this debate is taking place here, the place where a lot of debates have already been taking place regarding many issues also of international importance. And as Anna mentioned, this is supposed to be the first one of the cycle. So I am very much looking forward to the discussions of today and the developments that may lay grounds for further discussions in that subject. I wish you and us all very fruitful proceedings, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Magdalena. And now this event is jointly co-organized with the European Commission. We are very grateful to the colleagues from the European Commission who helped us to set up this event. And I have the great pleasure to invite Professor Pier Bruno Ruffini to deliver a welcome address on behalf of the European Commission. Pier Bruno is a member of is a co-chair of the EU Science Diplomacy Alliance and professor at the University of Le Havre, Normandy, France. Thank you so much.
Dear President, dear colleagues, dear friends, I am honored and very happy at the same time to be here with you in this magnificent place to talk about science diplomacy in Poland and its role in the European Union. I would like to thank first the organizers for inviting me to say a couple of words during this opening session, in which I represent the European Union Science Diplomacy Alliance. This alliance is currently the main public European platform dedicating to awareness raising and knowledge exchange on science diplomacy. Our alliance, which is supported by the European Commission, is a network of more than 40 institutions, nearly 50, which are involved in a way or another in the thinking and the action on science diplomacy. We have two of our member institutions located in Poland. One of them is the Maria Curie Skłodowska University in Lublin, which is superbly represented here by our colleague, Dr. Monika Szkarlat. Our other member in Poland is the European Academy of Diplomacy. Our alliance was born in the wake of 3 Horizon 2020 research projects which have been carried out in recent years on topics relating to science diplomacy. I myself participated in one of these projects, which was called Inside, Inventing a Chair Science Diplomacy for Europe. And I remember that within this framework, we organized 2 summer schools on science diplomacy. Both of these summer schools, 1-week training programs, were organized in Warsaw, in your country, in close collaboration with the European Academy of Diplomacy. It was during the COVID period, so we had to work online, but those 2 schools remained in our collective memory as the Warsaw Schools of Science Diplomacy. All this to say that we considered at that time, and we continue to consider, Warsaw and Poland to be places of prime importance for advancing the cause of science diplomacy. The event that brings us together today provides further proof of this. Poland is a country that is increasingly important in Europe, economically, politically, strategically, and which has also a lot of importance for science diplomacy. With its robust academic and research institutions, Poland provides strong foundations for advancing science diplomacy and developing modern training opportunities. Europe needs a strong Polish voice in this quickly developing policy field. Today in Europe, discussions on science diplomacy revolve around the European Framework for Science Diplomacy that was published for some 4 months ago by the European Commission. And I will not go into details on this because our eminent colleague, Professor Rasmus Bertelsen, will comment and present and comment this important strategic document. I would like simply to point out that our alliance has contributed significantly in developing this European framework for science diplomacy. About a dozen or so of our members, experts, worked for the preparation of the project, and several of them also were involved in the drafting of the final version of the report. And among the 30 or so actions that are recommended in this framework, several should be implemented with the active involvement of our alliance, as, for example, contribute to establish a virtual European science diplomacy platform in order to create connections between science diplomacy communities in Europe and beyond, and also contribute to developing and implementing science diplomacy training programs for professionals who can mediate between science and policy across sectors and across borders, and also establish a European journal on science diplomacy. So far, there is no academic journal dedicated to the field of science diplomacy, and we are currently in negotiations in order to create one. In the name of the European Union Science Diplomacy Alliance, I would like to express my gratitude to the Polish Academy of Sciences and its president, Professor Marek Konarszewski, for hosting this significant event. I appreciate the support provided by Dr. Anna Platek-Zieberg, Head of International Relations, and by Mrs. Anna Halama for their efforts in organizing this event. Many thanks also to the European Commission for their support in organizing this high-level dialogue on science diplomacy, and special thanks to Jan-Marco Müller, who is team leader of Global Approach, Multilateral Dialogue and Science Diplomacy at DG Research and Innovation. And many thanks also to Dr. Inés Varan and to Dr. Charlotte Runjus for their support in the organization. Our meeting today is an important link in the chain of exchanges between all those scientists, diplomats, policymakers who are joining forces to advance science diplomacy. But our discussion will not end tonight, and other opportunities will follow. Another important date will be the second European Science Diplomacy Conference, which will take place as a Danish presidency event on 17 and 18 of December this year in Copenhagen. I'm pretty sure that many of us will be there too. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pierre Bruno. With this, we conclude the welcoming addresses, and we can start our session of two presentations, two keynote speeches that will be delivered by people who are very influential and instrumental in creating two reports. At the beginning of this year, we witnessed two very important reports for this field of science diplomacy. The first one was published by the Royal Society and CEES, and we have Ian Wiggins with us today, who was heading the drafting team of this report. And the second one is the report of the European Commission that will be later on presented by Professor Rasmus Gillesø Bartelsson, a European Framework of Science Diplomacy. Now I would like to invite to the floor Ian Wiggins, who is the head of international affairs at the Royal Society, and he was also a former British diplomat with such important postings as Washington, D.C. or Moscow. Ian, the floor is yours.
Well, thanks very much for that introduction, Anna. It is a genuine delight to be here. Marek, to your point about the sun shining, this is my third trip to Warsaw in 3 years in this role. And the sun's been shining every time I've been here. So I think that's just Poland for me. So it's genuinely great to be here. And I'm going to talk about the report that we published with colleagues at the American Association for the Advancement of Science, AAAS, at the beginning of this year. And what I want to do today is talk a little bit about why we chose this moment to revisit the report that Marek mentioned that we published in 2010, how we approached the consultation for the report, and then talk a little bit about the key findings. I've got the fairly daunting task of summarising 50 pages of a report in 30 minutes. So I will keep my phone there to remind me of how I'm doing for time, but brilliantly we've got a question and answer session at the end, so everything that I forget over the next 30 minutes, please ask me about it afterwards and we can cover that in the Q&A. Before I start though, the most important thing that I need to say is a really important disclaimer, a really important health warning. This is a line from our report, and it's a really important point for us and colleagues at AAAS to start any presentation about science diplomacy. It is fair to say that the reports that we did in 2010 did popularise the term science diplomacy, but we very much didn't invent it. In fact, I was at a presentation last week in Washington, D.C., where Sudip, who's the chief exec of AAAS, said that his view on what the first example of science diplomacy was people living in caves many, many thousands of years ago, sharing fire with the cave next door. And that was probably the first example of science diplomacy. It is an old concept, one with a very long and illustrious history through the Cold War to today. We did not invent this term, nor are we gatekeepers. What I'm going to present is a view of science diplomacy. Sorry, I'm too far away from the microphone. What I'm going to present is a view of science diplomacy that's on the basis of our year-long consultation. Reasonable people can reasonably disagree with what I'm about to present, and indeed, I hope you, all as reasonable people in the audience, do disagree with me, and we'll get into that in questions and answers at the panel. So this is our view. It will not be the last word on the topic, as has been noted in the introductory remarks. There's lots more to come. So with that said, let's get into the report. Why now? The world has changed an awful lot in the 15 years since we published our last report in 2010. Sitting where we are now and looking back, that might feel like a very obvious thing to say, but it is quite important to reflect on what the last 15 years have looked like and the context in which that first report was written. So in 2010, my home country, the UK, was about to embark on what was defined at the time of our golden era of relationships with China. Probably not the phrase that we'd use to describe it right now. In 2010, President Obama had just returned from Cairo, delivering a speech that the 2010 report hailed as resetting relations with the Islamic world. And again, I think an open question on where we are on that. Shortly after we published the report, then Secretary of State Clinton visited Moscow and had a moment with Foreign Minister Lavrov where they pushed a literal reset button about US-Russia relations. Although as Anna mentioned, I was a British diplomat in Moscow at the time. And for those that remember, the button was actually labelled Perigrushka rather than Perizagrushka, so it was written as overload rather than reset. And if we want to take that as a metaphor for where we've ended up, feel free to. So today, science diplomacy takes place in a very different context with a very different set of circumstances that face us today. We've seen a dramatic rise in disinformation, in the way that science is talked about, and that disinformation is amplified by the rise of social media and latterly the influence of AI on how quickly dis and misinformation can spread. And the world is increasingly contested, both physically, as we've seen in Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, but also contested in the values and the rules-based international system that we work in. So the environment that we are conducting science diplomacy looks incredibly different from when that first report was written. And we've also seen real damage to trust in science over that period. That's been exacerbated through the COVID pandemic, but we have seen a rise in the politicization of science as a concept, and that comes with it incredible challenges. And it's not just COVID, we've also seen that in the increasing attempts around the world to dismantle what is clearly a scientific consensus on things like climate change and net zero. So a different world that requires a different approach to science diplomacy. Secondly, we wanted to respond to some of the legitimate questions and legitimate critiques of the report that have been produced by a number of academic colleagues over the last 15 years. We talk a little bit about them in the report. Amongst other things, the report has variously been accused of being naive, of creating a buzzword, of imposing a product of the global north on the global south. And my particular favourite, the report was accused of being a nefarious front for state interests. There's a wonderful critique that suggests that science diplomacy is just a front for spy agencies around the world to do what spy agencies do rather than anything else. I can confirm that that's not the case, but it's an interesting reflection on the reports. We can all have different views on how legitimate those criticisms are, but undoubtedly a fair commentary on the report in 2010 is that it was an Anglo-American product. That's not unreasonable. It was written by an Anglo and an American organisation, and indeed the report that we published earlier this year is also written by an Anglo-American drafting team. But in the consultation efforts that we did, we wanted to take a real global approach to that, and I'll talk a little bit about that later on. And the third thing that we wanted to respond to in writing this new report was areas of omission or new areas that have developed since that 2010 report. One of those is the rise of big tech and more broadly non-state actors and their role in science diplomacy. We've got a case study of that in the report, and I'll talk about it a little bit as we go on. For better or worse, it is hard to argue that the large owners of big tech companies are not foreign policy actors in their own right. One of the examples we use in the report is of Starlink, where the executives of that company decided as a corporate entity where that technology could be used in Ukraine. That is a private company having a direct impact on the warfighting ability of a sovereign state. That is clearly a foreign policy action and something that the 2010 report didn't really envisage about how the situation would change. And as I've talked about that greater interconnectedness of science and diplomacy and of the increasing numbers of areas of diplomacy where science is critical, be it from AI to science to climate change, that comes back to another area that was really missing in the 2010 report, which was research security. It does get a mention in the 2010 report. Dual use as a concept appears, for those keeping score, on pages 27 and 30, so towards the back of the report. And in both cases in that 2010 report, dual use and research security are described as a barrier to scientific collaboration, rather than a nuanced conversation about how scientific collaboration internationally needs to interact with legitimate national security interests that countries have. And I think the debate across the scientific community has moved on since 2010, and it's right that the report reflected that. So that was the rationale, why we wanted to revisit it on the 15-year anniversary. Of course, the other rationale is it was the 15-year anniversary, and that's a nice reason to revisit a report. But the world has definitely changed. So what did that consultation process look like? We spent about 16 months both researching, consulting, and drafting the report. There's a lot of detail in the report itself, but just to highlight what we did, we ran a special issue of Science and Diplomacy, which is a AAAS publication that had 21 different contributions, rather wonderfully from every single continent around the world. We even had one talking about Antarctica, so we ticked off every continent, 50 individual authors with a really diverse perspectives on what the practice of science diplomacy looks like to them. We ran 6 consultation events across North America, Europe, Africa, and Asia with around 250 unique participants. And we also had an expert panel of reviewers, and those details are up on the screen there. So that included 2 chief science advisors to foreign ministries, both in the UK and in the US, a former permanent secretary of the Foreign Office in the UK, a number of fellows of the Royal Society who are involved in this space, and international experts in science diplomacy from Japan and South Africa. And those consultation efforts were genuinely really engaging and exciting events to be involved in. A few snaps from some of the events that we ran here. For those with good eyesight, you'll spot a dear colleague who's been mentioned a number of times already, Jan Marco, who's in the Kigali lineup, along with, I think we had about 25 different nationalities represented at that event. That was at the INCSA conference in Kigali last year. Wilton Park, which is an executive agency of the Foreign Office, hosted a session on knowledge diplomacy over 3 days. We also ran a session at the STS forum in Kyoto. Alongside that, we held events in London, also at the World Science Forum in Budapest, and something at AAAS's annual meeting a year and a bit ago in Denver. So across that, we got a really broad set of input to our consultations. Actually, what came out of those events was a broad range of views, but it was possible to draw out some emerging themes from those consultations. And what I'll do over the next section of this presentation is just talk about what we found in those consultations, what were some of the themes that came through in those conversations with practitioners of science diplomacy. And then I'll close up by talking about the key findings in the reports and the framework that we've presented as part of the work that we did. So over these 6 events, 20-odd articles that were written, 250 or so participants and our expert reviewers, we've got 8 themes that came through. In no particular order, but you'll see that there are some links between them as we go through them. The first one is fairly self-evident for those of us in this room, but worth stating quite clearly at the front that science is ever more central to foreign policy and vice versa, that foreign policy is ever more relevant to science. We see this in the increasingly integrated way that diplomacy and science come together, certainly not in all, but in a large number of foreign ministries, in the way that scientific topics are key to international discussions, be that about artificial intelligence, climate change, emerging technologies. But we also see that in the international space. So over the last couple of decades, we've seen science advisory tracks emerge within the G7, within the G20. We've seen the UN establish a science advisory panel to the Secretary General, and indeed has been talked about and will be talked about after my presentation, a phenomenal amount of work that the EU has done in this space, and really a leading voice in the development of that interaction between foreign policy and science. But as those two separate but linked concepts of science and diplomacy come together, we've also seen that the interests between science and diplomacy don't always coincide. And I think if there's one take-home message from all of the consultations, this is probably one of the most important ones. And I say this as someone who is a scientist by training. I did chemistry at university, but then I ran away and joined the UK Foreign Service for the first part of my career and spent some time as a diplomat, and now latterly working at that intersection between science and diplomacy. These are fundamentally separate fields of work that come together in science diplomacy, but there are many examples where they do align, and many examples where they don't. The climate negotiations, certainly for those of us who come from nations that are pushing for greater action on climate change, is a really good example of where those scientific and diplomatic interests are aligned, and we've seen that to huge success in the climate negotiations over the past 2 decades. But there are also lots of examples where the interests diverge. And as I'll talk about later as one of the other findings in this report, it is important for us to think about the clarity between those two aspects and knowing which of those two interests that we are coming from when we are entering into science diplomacy activity. One of those, and I'm really pleased to see it on the agenda later on today, is the Arctic. We had a case study on that in our report, and I think that is a really good example of an area where the national interests, particularly of some states who have Arctic interests, do not align with those of us in the science community and what we hope to see in Arctic research and development. You can also expand that to other areas of global commons, particularly space, another area where we see competing demands between what the science communities would like to be seeing pursued in outer space and what national interests are thinking about when it comes to space exploration. Third point, now I don't think this is a particularly controversial one, but a number of my colleagues disagree quite profoundly on how controversial this finding was. That scientific values, once thought universal, are now being re-examined. This was a point in the 2010 report where we talked about essentially the universality of scientific values. I'm not sure that that's ever really been true, and I certainly don't think it's true today in the way that certain nations around the world approach the scientific enterprise, and actually even in the ways that some different nations and different backgrounds will approach even concepts like peer review and how open we are about criticising our peers within science and that general pursuit of how science is practiced. And one point that comes through in the report as we developed it is around that, I guess, diplomatic and cultural awareness that we need in the science community when we are interacting internationally, and that we may not always be coming from the same fundamental value set as colleagues that we might be collaborating with around the world. We also found in the consultation efforts a really important point that I've talked about already about the need for awareness of national security risks in scientific collaborations. I think this is an area where there has been a huge development, and to the credit of both the diplomatic and scientific communities on how much work has been done in this space. But a few decades ago, it's probably fair to say that any kind of mention of national security was just seen as something that happened kind of over there in foreign ministries and not something that scientists ever needed to worry about. That is not true today, and I think we see some really good examples of quite nuanced interactions between scientists and national security practitioners. But it is something that definitely still needs work, and I think there are still individuals within the community who see any national security legislation from a government as a threat to academic freedom. I disagree quite profoundly with that view. Equally, there are those in the national security community that see any international cooperation in science as a threat to national security, and I disagree profoundly with that view as well. It is an area where nuance is really needed. It is not a black and white issue. And I think it's an area that we're going to see increasing amounts of work on. Indeed, it's something that there is lots of work in the EU going on, and in the UK government and in many other countries around the world. One of the other emerging themes from our consultation, which I talked about, linked to that point about diverging interests, is the need for clarity and transparency regarding the roles and responsibilities of practitioners of science diplomacy. Science diplomacy, in our view, in this report, is a thing that you do. It is not something that you are. It is not an abstract kind of academic concept. Diplomacy is often described as a contact sport. Science diplomacy is no different from that. It is a practical activity that people engage in. You might be a scientist engaging in that. You might be a diplomat engaging in that. Increasingly, and we talk about this in the report, you may be someone with a scientific background of training who is now working within a foreign ministry. That is excellent. That is really good that we see more scientists getting involved in the core activity of diplomacy. But we need to recognise that those two different actors will have two different sets of objectives that do not always align, as I talked about earlier, and clarity of those roles is really important. You, as a diplomat, will always fundamentally be representing the national interest of the country that you represent, or increasingly with those non-state actors, the interests of that institution that you are conducting diplomacy for. As a scientist, your role is around the advancement of science. It's about your research. It's about pushing forward the boundaries of knowledge. And there are moments where there is an overlap between those, but there are also moments where those diverge. And having clarity in these conversations is really important. So we're clear what hat we're wearing, essentially, when we're entering into science diplomacy conversations. I think there's a really important point there for all of us as practitioners moving forward. Science and science advice face increased scrutiny. That was another point that came out in the consultation. Again, COVID is a really good example of that. And an important point here that science diplomacy and science advice are often used interchangeably when it comes to foreign ministries. They are distinct concepts. There's clearly a huge amount of overlap between the two. There's lots of interaction between the two. But they are kind of fundamentally different concepts. But when you are involved in that advisory mechanism within diplomacy, within foreign affairs, and being really clear around concepts which are absolutely routine for those of us working in science around uncertainty, error bars, not saying that this is kind of definitive fact, that we are kind of talking about the accumulation of knowledge and that things are developing as we know more about the topic. And again, I think COVID is a really good example of how that science advice became quite tragically politicized. We've seen that in the response to the current US administration and the World Health Organization. These have real-world consequences from that politicization and not in a good way. Final two emerging themes from the consultation then. One is around non-state actors. So I talked about this earlier on. It wasn't really mentioned at all in the original report, but it's very clear now that governments, national governments, are not the only game in town. That actually we have some very large multinational companies who are absolutely acting as diplomatic actors in their own rights. And there are lots of kind of consequences, and it's one of the key findings from the report, which I'll talk about in just a few moments. And then finally, a really important theme that emerged from the consultation around the need for inclusive international collaboration. And a really loud message from our consultation events, from a lot of the contributions that we had to our articles in Science Diplomacy, about the importance for really global perspectives when it comes to this. None of us are an island when it comes to the practice of science diplomacy, and I say that with some irony because I realise I come from an island nation. But it is really important that we have that diverse set of perspectives that are bringing in from views from around the world. And indeed, one of the most striking elements of the consultation was a conversation in that conference in Kigali that I mentioned, when colleagues from South Africa, reflecting on the US-China dynamic, just took a step back from it and said, look, we will collaborate with China, we will collaborate with the US, but we will do so on our terms. Your fight over there is not the same as seen from where we are in the global south as it is from Washington or Beijing. And I think that sense of where different perspectives come from, where different kind of views are coming around science diplomacy is really, really important. So based on those consultations, we then kind of locked ourselves in a room for a few months and put together some drafting and came up with what we think are the key findings for that report. And with the last 10 minutes or so, I will go into those with a small delay because I'm just going to grab a drink of water. And what I should really do is pretend that that was a deliberate device to build tension ahead of the next slide, but it really was that I just needed a drink before we got on with the rest of the presentation. So these are the three key findings that we list out in the executive summary. As ever, I would encourage you all to read all 40 pages of the report, not just the 2 pages of the executive summary. But if you only take one thing from this presentation or from the exec summary, this is the slide for you. The first key finding is that science diplomacy is an important tool for the conduct of international relations. Now, the key word here is tool. Science diplomacy, as I mentioned earlier, is a thing that we do. It is not in our view, an abstract academic concept. It is a very real part of the conduct of international relations globally. It is a really important and vital part, but it is fundamentally a tool. And one of the things that we talk about in this finding is that it is, to an extent, all right? It is to an extent agnostic about who is using that as a tool. The 2010 report falls a little bit into a trap of assuming that science diplomacy is always a force for good. And I think we all sometimes fall into that trap in our thinking when we talk about this as a concept. And in many examples, we can find lots of reasons where science diplomacy has indeed been a force for good. And good there is clearly defined by my viewpoint, which might not be the same as someone from a different nation's viewpoint of what good is. And that is the important point with this finding, that science diplomacy is a tool that can be used for good and evil, depending on who is using it. There are scientists working in North Korea's nuclear weapons program. They are involved in international endeavours to access fissile material that can be used to develop nuclear weapons within North Korea. That is the practice of science within a diplomatic field. That is science diplomacy. I think we can probably safely agree within this room that is not necessarily a good practice of science diplomacy, but nonetheless it is something in this field. And I think when we're talking about this, we do need to recognise that it is a tool in our toolbox, and depending on who is using it, it can be used for good or evil, depending on your value set. There is a coda to this as well, which is that not everything is science diplomacy. And I think one of the things that we have seen since that 2010 report, since the popularisation of the term, is that a whole range of things have been described as science diplomacy. Just because you are doing science in an international context does not mean that that is international, does not mean that that is science diplomacy, and that is okay. There is a huge range of international science activity which is vitally important for the progress of science and research and developing our knowledge. Science has always been an international endeavour. Science is a team sport. We do that across borders. But not every international meeting is an exercise in science diplomacy. And an example of this is the reverse, right? You wouldn't talk about a diplomatic negotiation that involved no science concept as science diplomacy, in the same way that the scientific exchange that involves no aspect of diplomacy, nothing that involves kind of state interests or international interests being debated or negotiated, it is not science diplomacy. And our worry here in the report as we were drafting is that if science diplomacy becomes everything, then fundamentally it becomes nothing, that it loses any sense of coherence as a topic and something that we as practitioners in this room can talk about, can develop, can implement within foreign ministries. So there is a really important point there about science diplomacy both being a tool but also not being a catch-all term for everything that happens in the international arena between scientists. The second key finding in the report was around non-state actors. That those in particularly big tech companies, but other large multinationals as well, are involved in their own version of statecraft. And this has really wide-reaching ramifications for how we interact and do science negotiations around the world. The UN system is fundamentally built around the concepts of states coming together to negotiate their own interests and come up with multilateral agreements in that space. If your key actor is a global tech company who can relatively easily move where their headquarters is and play a kind of regulatory arbitrage in where they are citing their headquarters, how does the UN system develop a coherent approach to, for example, AI regulation when the key players are not nation states anymore? All of those technologies are in private hands and private hands that can move globally fairly easily. Our report doesn't have the answer for that. I don't think any of us have the answer for that, but it is an undeniable kind of consequence of where we are now. And the final point that we have in our exec summary as a finding is that disruption demands science diplomacy. It's a lovely turn of phrase that my colleague Kim at AAAS coined in drafting. And it really speaks to the fact that with all of those challenges that we face geopolitically right now, the practice of science diplomacy has never been more important than it is today. So in closing for these key findings, what you do here really matters. The fact that we are bringing together scientists and diplomats in this pursuit of science diplomacy as a tool matters more than ever in the concepts that we are dealing with, whether it's climate change, AI, global pandemics. This is a critically important time for the bringing together of science diplomacy, and these disruptions around the world, the rise of populism and nationalism, call for more science diplomacy rather than less. And then the final thing that we did in producing the report was to come up with a new framework. And I've deliberately left this to the end because to an extent this is a way of thinking about the world, but it is not, in my view, the most important or exciting bit of the report, but it is something that it is worth highlighting. The original report talked about the three dimensions of science diplomacy: science in diplomacy, diplomacy for science, and diplomacy in science. Some of the contributions talked about expanding that framework to 4, 5, or 6 different dimensions of science diplomacy. Our reflection, and certainly for those that don't have English as a first language, we got quite a lot of feedback that the distinctions between in, of, for can get quite confusing, and to an extent we developed this whole branch of science diplomacy study which was about a categorization exercise. Was this science in diplomacy? Was this diplomacy in science? What we've suggested is that there's a much simpler way of thinking about this now. There are two entities involved. There is science and there is diplomacy, and one impacts the other. That is not to say that there are only two ways of doing science diplomacy, of science impacting diplomacy or diplomacy impacting science, but this is a model that can help us think about the way that the two concepts interact. So one of the things we talk about in the report is imagining this as a bridge with science on one side and diplomacy on the other, and there are multiple lanes of travel between the two. But the key concept here is that they are distinct entities with their own rules of the game and ways that they operate. And science diplomacy is about the coming together of those two concepts in a tool that is used by practitioners around the world. With that, I'll finish there. I think I'm pretty much on time. Really looking forward to the questions after the next presentation. Thank you, Anna.
Thank you so much, Ian. As Ian mentioned, we'll have a short questions and answers session at the end of this panel. And also our participants who are joining us online can use the chat online to send their questions to our panelists. With this, I would like to welcome our second keynote speaker for today, who will speak about a European framework of science diplomacy. Professor Rasmus Gjedesø Bartelsen, who is a member of the EU Science Diplomacy Steering Team and Professor of Northern Studies at Barents Chair in Politics, UiT, the Arctic University of Norway. Thank you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And first of all, thank you very much for the invitation to be here today. It's very nice to be back in Warsaw. I was just here in February, and it's good to see good friends and colleagues from the European science diplomacy community. So my name is Rasmus Gjedesø Bartelsen. I'm a Danish national, but as mentioned, I'm basically Professor of Arctic International Relations at UiT, the Arctic University of Norway, at the main campus in Tromsø, northern Norway. The Arctic University of Norway is one of the four main universities of Norway, together with Oslo, Bergen, and the Norwegian University of Science and Technology in Trondheim. And as mentioned, I am part of the steering team for science diplomacy, and I was one of the editors of this document here. So I'm very happy to have the opportunity to talk about that work. Before I continue, just to mention briefly my own background in science diplomacy. I was a work package leader in Horizon 2020 Inside, inventing a shared science diplomacy for Europe, where I collaborated with Professor Pierre-Bruno Ruffini. I also, with funding from the Norwegian Research Council, I organized something called the Norway-EU Science Diplomacy Network, bringing together European and Norwegian practitioners and researchers of science diplomacy. Had the opportunity of inviting Pierre-Bruno to Tromsø on that occasion. And also, I'm very happy to be a part of very exciting work with Dr. Monica Charlotte in EEA Norway framework concerning science diplomacy. So I have been asked to speak about the European framework for science diplomacy. And I thank Jan-Marco Müller and colleagues for the material I'm speaking from here. And as mentioned, I am a professor, I'm an academic, and this material is kindly prepared from the Commission. So I also ask you to see this as a kind of virtual exchange between the academic perspective and the civil service, the Commission perspective. Because to point out, I think this is a very valuable document, and it's a very well prepared document. But what I would like to emphasize is that in my view, the most important part of this document is the process behind it, as I will talk about. It's the process of bringing together different sectors, the civil service sector, the academic sector, other sectors, and also bringing together from all of Europe. Europe is wonderfully diverse, and it is extremely important that in these discussions that we bring together a lot of perspectives. I came here yesterday evening late. I was in Copenhagen yesterday. I was at a conference at the Center for Military Studies at the University of Copenhagen about the European Union and defense matters. And there were two panels. There was first a panel with people from Denmark, Norway, and the Netherlands. And then there was a panel with people from Denmark, Italy, Portugal, Ghana, and the United States. And the second panel was a good deal more interesting. It is so important in all European contexts to bring together all our perspectives and rich experiences. And also there, I can mention as an academic, the Erasmus, especially the Erasmus programs, is incredibly valuable. I mean, we receive excellent Polish students in Tromsø, and it is extremely valuable to have this student exchange. Previously in Denmark, I've also had very, very talented Polish students. We don't send, the Nordic countries don't send out as many students as we ought to, but from the student time, it is so important that people are well familiar with each other's perspectives and societies and experiences. So let's delve into this this document here. This was work that started in 2020, late 2023, continued through 2024, and as mentioned, was published early this year. And I had the honor and privilege of being one of the editors, together with excellent European colleagues from both academic perspectives and civil service perspectives. And and what is clear is that we see the emergence of a global community of science diplomacy, which was also alluded to in the presentation a moment ago. I enjoyed very much the presentation we just listened to. I would, if I can already make a comment to it now, I would make the two comments. One comment is that science diplomacy is a recent concept, and of course a concept that was very much promoted in the 2010 report, but it's a very old practice, and we should not overestimate the novelty of the concept. I'm myself a political scientist, but I have a good deal of interest in history, and I use history a good deal in my own work. And it is clear that science diplomacy has not just a decadal history, it has centuries of history. So we should not overestimate the novelty. And another thing is, of course, that it's also very much a global practice. Here we see mainly, well, we do see here initiatives from around the world. I have the opportunity to participate quite extensively in Nordic-Chinese academic relations, and of course, science diplomacy also receives a good deal of attention in China. And as I just mentioned, that we should be very cautious about overestimating the novelty. I think my social science colleagues, my political science colleagues, they can have a very unfortunate habit of insisting on the novelty of something to how to say, perhaps emphasize that it's new and important and interesting what they're doing. And yes, we see here that various countries are writing strategies, but if we look at the practice, then countries have used science and scientific relations in their foreign and security policy for a very long time. As mentioned, I'm a Danish national, and of course Denmark is a Nordic small state. I had the opportunity to do my PhD in Britain, in Cambridge, and there, of course, it's very clear that a country like Britain, that science and technology has been key to British foreign and security policy for a very long time. And science and technology relations were also key to, for example, the British Empire. So here, yes, we see these strategies being developed, and we have the explicit formulation, but we should not overlook what has been going on for a very long time. Also, as I have already alluded to concerning the framework, that the document is very valuable. But in my view, the process behind is much more valuable. There is a saying by the American business professor Peter Drucker that culture eats strategy for breakfast. And I think many of you, also perhaps especially those of you from the civil service, I suspect you might agree that the culture of your organizations is more important than your formal strategies. But we do see this formulation of more and more formal strategies. And there I think that the processes of these organizations thinking about it is very valuable. But I would very much encourage these organizations to be curious and conscious of their historical practices. And here we see again that yes, it seems like that countries are strengthening their scientific capacities. I notice, for example, here it says that Thierry Demerval has been named Special Envoy for Science, Technology and Innovation, the French Foreign Ministry. Personally, my own entry into looking at the role of academia and foreign affairs. After my Cambridge PhD, I had the opportunity to do a postdoc at the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard with the late Professor Joseph Nye on the soft power of American and French universities in the Middle East. And there, of course, it was very noteworthy to see how consciously the French Republic, since the late 1800s, has been in working with French language Catholic education abroad. So again, we see these very long practices, although they may not have been explicitly named as science diplomacy. And the previous speaker alluded to the Arctic, and of course my home country Denmark, the Kingdom of Denmark. The Arctic, Greenland, is very important for the foreign and security policy of Denmark, usually under more peaceful conditions than these days. And there, of course, polar science has also, in reality, been a part of Danish foreign and security policy for a long time. And we see not just in the European context, but also in the global context, in UNESCO. UNESCO recently had a very important, very interesting science diplomacy event in Paris in late March, which unfortunately I couldn't attend because I was at the Arctic Science Summit Week in Boulder, Colorado. For those of you who haven't been to the United States for some time, I can tell you that it's an interesting experience being at academic conferences in the United States these days. And here, I'd like to delve a moment on the role of the United Nations and UNESCO. I had myself the opportunity years ago to work at United Nations University in Yokohama, Japan. And I don't know about in Poland and perhaps other countries. In Denmark, we have a habit of dismissively talking about the United Nations as a talking club. Personally, I think the United Nations is incredibly important. And it's so important because it's the place where you're forced to talk to everybody. Because you cannot throw out people you don't like. I mean, in that case, there'd literally be nobody left. I mean, even the Scandinavians would have been thrown out by somebody. I mentioned that I had been part of the Insight that was preceded by the CEST Horizon 2020 action, and parallel to the Insight, there was the S4D4C Horizon 2020 project. Pierre Bruno already alluded to that these groups of academics worked very well together and formed the EU Science Diplomacy Alliance, which carries on this work very, very well. And now we get into areas which I'm not very familiar with, because, what goes on in these EU formal settings is quite opaque to me. I have no personal experience from the EU system. This is where Jan Marco Müller could have spoken much more informed about these things. But of course, we do see a process where in the European system, we see Council conclusions on the global approach to research and innovation, which makes reference to science diplomacy. And I do understand that these references to science diplomacy in these formal EU documents is what makes it possible for the EU system to initiate work on science diplomacy and allocate funding for it, etc. Now, our previous speaker mentioned non-state actors, and science diplomacy is very much the area of non-state actors. I will question if non-state actors are more important today than they used to be. I will personally think that the most successful science diplomacy actors historically is the Jesuit order. But here, open societies, Western societies, they enjoy the great benefit that state and non-state actors can act together in highly synergistic ways. So I understand there's this, the formal European track where these documents that are almost Chinese to me, and I don't speak Chinese, and then in parallel you have academics, non-state actors who continue their business. And when states and non-state actors can act together in science diplomacy, I think that's where you have the great impact. There's another ministerial meeting, research ministers, where you see there's a wording of creating a European framework for science diplomacy, which I guess is why we are here where we are now. As I alluded to, that different worlds, different languages, not completely intelligible to each other's. I hardly understand any of these two gentlemen. I don't know if there are natural scientists in the room who can say if what these heterogeneous PD0 nanoparticles, is that actually serious chemistry or is it complete gibberish? And then I think this table here is probably quickly getting outdated. Well, what is Europe, according to either diplomats or scientists? I think for all practical purposes, Russia is no longer part of European science. And of course, as a, resident in Norway, and actually I grew up in Iceland, so I'm a little bit sad to see that Norway and Iceland are not part of diplomatic Europe. I don't know if Britain is sad about not being part of European diplomatic Europe. And here again, the reminder of the range of actors involved in European science diplomacy. And as was already very well introduced in the first speech, that science diplomacy is very much the world of state and non-state actors. I would caution against this presentism that it's supposedly something new and something growing, where I'd point to, as I say, in my view, the most impactful science diplomats of all times is the Jesuit order. So, and again, although I'm a professor of political science, this is getting outside my zone of comfort. But of course, we have these formal European systems where diplomats and scientists are in different boxes. But there I suspect that, as I've alluded to before, that very strong networks, people knowing each other very well across sectors, across parts of Europe, across disciplines, people moving between sectors is very important for making these silos less silo, working together. Personally, I often start out by discussing the term science diplomacy and what we mean by that. Two things. When we look at the English term science diplomacy, I think for all practical purposes in the English language today, science means natural sciences. It's the STEM subjects. Native English speakers can maybe contradict me. My native language is, of course, Danish, and the Danish word for science is videnskab, Norwegian, Swedish, Videnskab, which is, of course, very close to German Wissenschaft. I think in German, Scandinavian languages, which I'd usually use as the example, we have a much broader concept of science than in English. And I think it's something to be very cautious about. The previous speaker mentioned that that the much of the language around science diplomacy is, well, it is English and comes from English. And there I think, I'll say, what I see as a quite narrow meaning of science in English, it can also give a far too narrow meaning of science in science diplomacy, because humanities, social sciences can be very, very influential in science diplomacy. I mean, think about, for example, in economics, think about the spread of economic ideas informing policy. Think about Keynesianism, how it informed economic policy making in very large parts of the world after the Second World War, and then later monetarism. Also ideas in humanities. So I think we should be very cautious about having a too narrow view of what science means. It's two nouns here, but I think when we talk about science diplomacy, science becomes an adjective to diplomacy. The focus is on diplomacy and the role and function of science concerning diplomacy. For the Science Diplomacy Steering Team, and of course our host today, the President of the Polish Academy of Sciences, is a member of the steering team, it brings together various groups, and it is so important that these groups are brought together and talking together. And it's so important that we have the occasions to meet in bigger or smaller events. The first Science Diplomacy Conference in Madrid in December 23, and smaller, more concentrated gatherings as we have here today. And as was alluded to, we have a meeting in Copenhagen before Christmas this year. As a Danish national, I'm involved in the conversations about this meeting, about this conference. And for this framework, as I say, the document itself is very useful, very important, but I do think the process was the most important. Having these 130 experts, and I think there were 500-600 applicants from all over Europe applying to be part of this, which of course shows a serious interest across Europe. There were 2 Polish members among these 130 experts, both from government and from academia. Having these working groups bringing together geographical perspectives, sectorial perspectives, academic perspectives, was very, very important. You have heard me caution about presentism. I'm always very skeptical when I see something that today more than ever, and listening to how to say that supposedly science and technology is more important now than usual before, and being in Warsaw, I thought about Poland's contributions to breaking the Enigma code during the Second World War. Which I think reminds us to be cautious about overestimating these novelties. I'm sure many of you are familiar with this document, so I'll not go into this document in great detail. Actually, I would say I appreciated very much the original 2010 report. And I know a lot of time and energy has been spent on criticizing that report. A lot of time and energy has been spent on criticizing science in diplomacy, diplomacy for science, and science for diplomacy. To me, those categories have been analytically very useful ideal types in the Weberian sense. And if you think about them as ideal types of activities, I think they become analytically very useful. And actually, I don't think the second report is clearer than the first. Science diplomacy can be hard and soft, and I just alluded to Enigma. Science and technology, it can very much be part of hard power. There is a range of recommendations, strategic instruments, setting strategic priorities for European science diplomacy, identifying appropriate balance between openness and restrictions, and using science diplomacy to sustainably manage global goods and commons, enabling instruments, connecting science diplomacy communities, training European science diplomacy professionals, advancing science diplomacy research, operational instruments. And here, and I also thought about that listening to the conference I was at in Copenhagen yesterday. Europe is, as I mentioned, a wonderfully diverse and stimulating creature. But of course, we in Europe, we spend a lot of time talking among ourselves, and we spend a lot of time arranging things among ourselves because it is a complicated creature. There, of course, the United States, federal states, enjoys the convenience of being one federation. China, highly centralized, civilizational state, Russian Federation to some extent. But I do think these are all very, very useful topics. which we don't have time to go into detail about here, but you may already be very familiar with them from the document. But I think we in Europe, we should be very conscious about what is it actually we want to achieve. What is the strategic aim? Here, we formulate in quite some detail and with time horizons these instruments, various instruments. But what's the strategic goal? The United States has a very clear strategic goal. The United States wants to extend post-Cold War unipolarity. The United States wants to extend the global dominance it has enjoyed after the Cold War. What is it Europe wants? I mean, yesterday in Copenhagen, I heard a lot about spending an enormous amount of money on defense. It was not very clear what it was supposed to achieve. And here we have very well-defined, very well-developed instruments from this excellent exchange, debates, from this very vibrant European expert community. But I think the next step for European science diplomacy and Europe wider is to reflect on what is it actually we want to achieve with science diplomacy. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Rasmus. Now I would like to invite Ian to join Rasmus here on the floor. Please sit here, and I will invite our technical team to take the lantern. We'll have a couple of minutes now to take some questions from the floor. We'll also have a possibility to open the floor to our participants who are joining us online. So let's start with questions from the floor. Do we have any for now? If not, I'll start with one, and I'll give you a couple minutes to reflect on what would you like to comment on, or what would you like to ask our panelists. Thank you so much for these fantastic presentations. We are really lucky to have both reports published more or less at the same time. So to see enormous work that the team at the Royal Society and AAAS, and as well as the team gathered around the European Commission has done over the last 3 years, really. And since here with us, we have a number of people working at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, a number of diplomats, and also a number of scientists involved in science diplomacy. How would you advise us? You mentioned the silos, and I agree with you. We work in silos. How would you advise us how we can bring those two communities closer together? What kind of best practices have you seen in countries that you worked with on both reports work best for bringing these communities closer together?
Actually, I think...
Maybe you'll try this.
Well, I think it's very... So, being Danish myself, I grew up in Iceland, I work in Norway, so I'm very familiar with Nordic small states. But for me, it's very important to be very conscious of the difference between, for example, Nordic small states and great powers, Britain, France, where I also spent some time, the United States, Russia, China, because they do think and behave very differently. And I think Britain is very good at using de facto science diplomacy. I'll just give one example. I mentioned I was at the United Nations University in Yokohama, and during that time I was in the Oxford and Cambridge Society in Tokyo. And the Oxford and Cambridge Society of Tokyo, now His Majesty's ambassador, is ex officio president of that society, which says a lot about British class society. And the two universities, as Sir Humphrey would have said, of course, the British ambassador doesn't have time to run that society, so there's some vice president who runs it. But in that society, you have some foreigners, but you have Japanese officials, business executives, leading academics. And I would imagine that in that society, I had access to Japanese business executives, officials, academics that 90 or 95% of Japanese society don't have access to. And in principle, it's the British ambassador who is chairman of that society. So this working with networks, and also as Ian mentioned, I mean, how to say, knowing each other's roles very well, that crazy academics can do things that, of course, serious diplomats can't. But if you understand these roles well, and if you use these networks very consciously, then I think that can be very powerful.
Thank you.
Not much more to add to that. The UK is often held up as an example of a foreign ministry that does science diplomacy well. And also just, I think, your point about the English language here, absolutely. And we talk about this at the beginning of the report. When we talk about science diplomacy in the report, we kind of define it as a very broad scope of knowledge, including the social sciences, which is critically important. The kind of contribution of economics to the climate debates and things like that is vital. But as a native English speaker here, I will apologise for my language. It does not convey the kind of complexity that Wissenschaft does in German. But I think, you know, when I say science diplomacy, I mean that kind of broad sweep. So what was the Science Innovation Network, now the Science Technology and Innovation Network in the UK system, has been running for decades now, and lots of examples there about diplomats acting to bring kind of scientists together to support the scientific enterprise and vice versa. So I think we've done a pretty good job in the UK at training diplomats about science. I think where there's still work to do is probably the flip side of training scientists about diplomacy, and that isn't to say that everyone working in science needs to have a master's in international relations, but I think there is that point about kind of the cultural awareness, the diplomatic awareness that comes with some of these spaces, and particularly in those areas of research, security and others. So I think we're still a work in progress in the UK, and I think for everyone there's still lots more that we can do in this space to develop skill sets.
Thank you very much. So we know that we have to work on training and also on building communities to bring people closer together. Do we have any other questions? Marek?
Okay, first and foremost, Polish nauka, which means science, is also much broader than the English term. So it brings some confusion, but also exposes the wide area of researchers to what we call nauka. But let me come to my question, or rather the reaction to both excellent presentations. And one topic that I hope will surface today is the non-state actors. And here I disagree with Professor Bertelsen. I think this is a new phenomenon in terms of the scale. And particularly in Denmark, yes, you have the Novo Nordisk that last year had the budget bigger than the state budget of Denmark. So this is a big player, and we have players of that status worldwide. So my question is, first and foremost, we have acknowledged already the significance of these actors, but how can we handle this? And this is an open question. I know that in both reports, the reports did not answer this question. But I think that, of course, this is to some extent a threat, but also the opportunity. And particularly in the countries like Denmark, again, you invented the tech ambassadors at some point, and I think that the European Commission is following suit. So maybe that's the way to handle this, and maybe that's also a good opportunity to infuse, let's say, the need for handling this in a more, let's say, institutional way to the ministers of foreign affairs. And of course, by doing so, we will need scientists trained as diplomats, let's say, to really handle this matter. So maybe that's the opportunity for science diplomacy to be or become more significant than it is today. So that's my hope, and perhaps we should try to use this opportunity. And also in Poland, just think about the big tech companies that are very present in Poland. And quite frankly, I am not aware of any significant interaction of the big tech companies with the Minister of Foreign Affairs and so on. Maybe I'm wrong, but still I think this is the open window of opportunity for science diplomacy to step in. Thank you.
Would you like to comment on the big non-state actors?
Well, actually, there's one thing I'd like to pick up on that, in continuation of that, and it's the role of diasporas and brain circulation. So it's right that Denmark has gotten a lot of attention for this tech ambassador. I'm not sure how effective it has been. Denmark does not have very strong brain circulation. There is an economist, Professor Annelies Saxenian at Berkeley. She, 20 years ago, something like that, she wrote a book called The New Argonauts. And it was about immigrants in Silicon Valley. And she looked at Taiwanese, mainland Chinese, Israelis, and Indians in Silicon Valley, and how the brain circulation between Silicon Valley and first Taiwan and Israel, and later mainland China and India, played an incredibly important role in the development of high-tech sectors in these countries. And she points out that, for example, large economies like Germany or France is very little present, well, 20 years ago, was very little present in Silicon Valley. Why? Because these are much more closed labor markets. If you're a French or German scientist engineer and you go abroad, there's no return ticket. And it reminds me that Poland, a very large European country, and of course there are many Polish abroad. I have very, very talented Polish colleagues in Arctic affairs in Scandinavia. And I really, and I know in what is, well, it's starting to get more than 20 years, but we can still say the new member states, if you allow me. And of course, the strong demographic effects, many people from Central Eastern Europe going for work, education, etc., to the old member states of the European Union. And I know that has had very strong effects on your societies and also very controversial effects. But I sometimes think about, I really, really hope that, for example, Poland thinks about these dynamics and thinks about to what extent you can benefit from these dynamics and create the circulation. Because I think that circulation can be very effective. And just to conclude, I mentioned I was a postdoc at Harvard for three years. For those 3 years, from 2006 to 2009, at the Belfer Center for Science and International Affairs, I was the only Dane. In absolute numbers, the two largest groups of foreign fellows were Chinese, that makes sense, and Israelis. And that, when you have experienced that up front, you understand a lot about Israeli influence on American politics. Thank you.
I don't think I've got much more to add there. I mean, on the specific point about kind of how we adapt to the power of non-state actors within diplomatic fields, I think the brain circulation point is a really critical one, and the one that I'd add to it as well is one about money. None of us went into either science or diplomacy because we were searching for a very large paycheck. If any of you did, I'm really sorry. But tech is clearly an exception to that, and there are some phenomenal salaries that are being paid in tech, and it is a challenge for any government in interacting with a sector when you cannot attract the best talent from that sector to understand it. It isn't unique. And we saw after the financial crisis in 2007, 2008, how finance ministries and financial regulators changed up their operating model to be able to attract talent on secondment so that the kind of masters of the universe and their kind of understanding of financial markets could be brought into regulators to help better regulate the sector. And there might be a model there for us when we think about tech and AI. The second point for us as kind of nation states, and I say this not representing a nation state, is what we accept in terms of the interactions that we have. I think one of the fascinating things that we've seen over the past 6 months with the change in administration in the US has been the response for some of the large US defense companies. There was a really interesting statement from Lockheed Martin where they were assuring all of their customers around the world that no, their fighter jets didn't have a kill switch that could be kind of turned on and off from the Pentagon. And the fact that they had to say that is really instructive. And where I think there is a difference today in the technological capabilities of those companies versus 50 years ago is that is a theoretic possibility. And we've seen it Starlink as the example, but we also saw it in some of the guidance systems that were switched off for colleagues in Ukraine fighting the war there. So the technological capability does exist, and we have a question for us in Europe and in other nations around our procurement, around our interaction with those companies, about what it is we will or won't accept in some of those interactions.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have time for one more question. Monica, yes? Could you please first introduce yourself?
Yes, of course. I'm Monika Szkarłat. I represent Maria Curie Skłodowska University in Lublin and also International Arctic Science Committee. So representing the second institution, I just revealed what I'm doing when it comes to science diplomacy. Well, I focus for the last couple of years on the Arctic. And as we know, well, for us who study the Arctic, this element of competition and rivalry and also the importance of state actors is quite relevant. So I really appreciated the updated report by Royal Society, especially the element that was raised there that, well, science might be instrumentalized by politics in general, not only by foreign policy, but also any other public policy. Also, my kind of a second area of interest is the legal and social dimension of AI. So I also appreciate that you included this element of securitization of science, where research security is, of course, a part of. But I have also a small critic because I think that, well, here I disagree a bit with Rasmus, who said that he enjoys very much this typology or categorization of science diplomacy. The one from 2010, I think it was pretty misleading, especially because when it comes to practice of science diplomacy, the activities are usually overlapping, and it's quite hard to categorize them, which is what. But then, just referring to what I missed in the Royal Society report, there was not enough about what diplomacy is. Because I think this is a sort of a problem, especially for the research community, because a different element is diplomatic actors, referring to actors of diplomacy. And that's something that might cause some misunderstanding. And as far as what Rasmus said in the presentation about the report by the European Commission, it's good that the EU is making a progress by emphasizing finally that European Union is also using science just as an instrument of competition. And that's really nice that it was finally emphasized in an official document. Thank you.
So I think opinions will vary on the framework, and I think that's why I kind of covered it at the end, because I do think it is a helpful or less helpful, depending on your perspective, of way of categorizing everything. But it does. There's a newspaper in the UK called the Daily Mail. It's one of our tabloids. My communications director will get very cross at me if I say anything else about it. But there's a running joke that they basically have been embarked on a multi-year longitudinal study to categorize every substance in the world as either causing cancer or curing cancer. And you can open up the newspaper on any particular day and you'll find an article that coffee cures cancer or coffee causes cancer. And to an extent, I do worry that some of our conversation about science diplomacy fell into a trap of, was this science for diplomacy, or was it diplomacy for science, or was it science in diplomacy? And to a large extent, at a practical level, it doesn't matter. Definitely that can help in terms of the study of it and categorizing it and being able to name it and describe it, but I do think it kind of took us down a little bit of a kind of cul-de-sac there in a slightly unhelpful way. Your point about kind of instrumentalization, I think, is a really important one, and it is something for those of us wearing our science community hats, we do absolutely need to be very cautious of when we are interacting in diplomatic activity, that we are not getting captured by state interests, or if we are, that we're doing that eyes open and we know how we're kind of embarking on that. And I think absolutely, and I will confess Arctic is not a space that I'm expert in at all, but as a kind of outside observer and a kind of practitioner, that is definitely an area where that kind of instrumentalization of science for kind of national interests is a very real risk and kind of something that we need to be watchful of.
Thank you very much, Monica, for those comments. And yes, I do agree with you to some extent, but that's where I use the term ideal types. And that's where I think that those categories were very, very useful. Because if you think about them as ideal types, then they become, in my view, analytically very useful. And I just come to think about, so in August 14, some months after the Russian annexation of Crimea, so the Russian Security Council, they had an annual high-level Arctic meeting. They used to invite Western diplomats. Of course, in August 14, no Western diplomat will turn up for that. So the Russian Security Council, together with the Northern Arctic Federal University in Arkhangelsk, invited foreign academics. I was invited for Danish Arctic academia. And there, if we use the ideal categories, so science in diplomacy, to some extent, I don't know how this is used in the Russian system, how the Russians process what they learn in such a meeting. And you have the science for diplomacy, you have the track 2, and you have the diplomacy for science that, of course, the Russian system makes the decision of inviting these foreign academics. I can say on my own side, I reached out to the Danish embassy in Moscow. I did not ask for permission to join this event because that would not be appropriate. I told them that I was invited, and they invited me for lunch afterwards. So I think, how to say, using these categories as ideal types is helpful for teasing out different elements of, for example, the same activity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see that we have one more question coming from the audience joining us online. Would you like to share it with us?
Thank you. My name is Charlotte Rungius from the European Union Science Diplomacy Alliance, and actually it's a question from myself, not from the online audience. And while I appreciate a lot the discussion on the concepts and also theoretical aspect of it, I would like to come back a little bit to the context of today's event, which is located in Warsaw for a reason. And I would like to actually raise a question rather to Professor Marek Konaczewski rather than to the panel, asking what would be the unique contribution of Poland to the debate on science diplomacy? What would be the unique view of Poland in this discussion? Thank you.
Okay, let me concentrate on a short term rather than, let's say, strategic view that is in both documents presented today. And for us, the most important priority is the war on Ukraine and rebuilding Ukraine as the neighboring state, but with a pivotal significance for the future of European Union. That we are all aware that the outcome of this conflict will be long-lasting, will have long-lasting consequences for the whole continent and I think globally as well. So for us, I see our role as the leading force for rebuilding of Ukrainian science through science diplomacy. And of course, this is not only a matter of science in Ukraine, but also as a part of rebuilding this country, not in a physical sense, but rather in a mental sense. I mean, there's a whole lot of things to be done there. Rehauling the whole science system and bringing this closer to the European system, so to speak. So that's something that where we see our main role in a few years to come. And of course, in a broader context, we would very much like to join European Commission on this concerted effort to, let's say, build the strength of European Union vis-à-vis the outside partners. Well, indeed, we are in a very disruptive times, and we have to come together with a very concerted effort towards, let's say, having a united scientific front with such partners like China and the US. That's a new challenge that we are facing, and at the moment I think we don't know where we will end in this, let's say, a new situation that positions us a little bit against the United States, not only economically, but maybe also, and that's quite unfortunate, in terms of scientific collaboration.
Thank you very much. Would you like to comment? Yes, please.
Well, I mean, as an outsider, thank you, Charlotte, for a very interesting question. Thank you for your answer. But I mean, I would say, as I alluded to before, as an outsider, what I notice is that there are so many Polish students, there are so many Polish academics, so many places, that Poland must have very strong networks, many places in the world, going both ways, if you use that consciously. Thank you.
Yes, actually, I wanted to comment on that as well. You mentioned scientific diasporas, which is very important for us in Poland. We have good connection with scientific diasporas abroad, especially actually with Polish scientific diaspora in the UK, which is the largest association is called the Polonium Foundation and is very well organized and very active. But it's also true. You mentioned we need to think about scientific diasporas also in the big tech, in the big companies. And this is something I think we are not doing yet in Poland in an organized way. So this is definitely a homework for us and a thought that we have to take care of. With this, I would like to close this session. I think there are some things that we in Poland have to think of, which is building communities and associations of people involved in this particular tool of science diplomacy. I'm really happy to see here diplomats with us and also scientists with us and also science diplomats, intermediaries that are working in many institutions here in Warsaw. So I hope this is only the beginning of our work together. This is the first meeting and I hope to continue working with all of you. And now let me join me please in round of applause for wonderful speakers in this session. Thank you very much. We will have a 1 hour break and we can go for lunch to the room next doors. Thank you. the seat. And before we start our next panel, I would like to make one announcement. At the end of this session, I will invite everybody to come here for a family photo. But let us first start with the panel, and I would like to now give the floor to the moderator of the panel, Dr. Monika Szkarłat, Vice Chair of the Social and Human Working Group of the International Arctic Science Committee. And Monika will lead a panel on science diplomacy and the Arctic. Monika, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So as Anna presented the panel, the topic of the panel, science diplomacy in the Arctic, and the Arctic, sorry, but we'll also speak how science diplomacy works in the Arctic. It's a very timely and in the same time quite complex topic, especially as we speak about this particular region, because of both environmental challenges, but as we all are aware, also because of geopolitical challenges and geopolitical changes, tensions that we observe in recent years. So, firstly, before we start the discussion, I would like to invite my distinguished colleagues and panelists to sit here with me, please. I have to use my notes to present all the panelists. So first, on my left, we are honored to have with us Dr. Piotr Rychlik, who is an ambassador for Arctic and Antarctic affairs at the Legal and Treaty Department of the Polish Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Next, I'm pleased to welcome our guest from Tromsø, Professor Rasmus Bertelsen, Professor of Northern Studies and Barents Chair in Politics at UiT, the Arctic University of Norway. Our next panelist is Professor Paweł Rowiński, President of ALIA, the European Federation of Academies of Sciences and Humanities, and also a director of the Institute of Geophysics, Polish Academy of Sciences. And last but not least, I'm very happy that a female component, also apart from me, joined the panel. My colleague, Professor Monika Kusiak from the Institute of Geophysics, Polish Academy of Sciences. I think we can right now relax and sit, right? As we talk about science diplomacy and this particular region, my first question is very general. Maybe you will also find it as a bit philosophical. So how do you understand science diplomacy in the Arctic, and whether science diplomacy in the Arctic is any different from the other science diplomacies?
So maybe I can start. I'm not diplomat. I'm just scientist working in Arctic and Antarctica. And my thoughts were, and actually thanks for excellent talks of my colleagues earlier and as well, I had the reflection that I'm not sure until which point diplomats are aware that we scientists need to do lots of diplomacy without any formal education, without sometimes even realizing that it is diplomacy in our work. But I do lots of work in Greenland and Labrador, North Canada, and to even start organizing expedition, I need to talk not only with representatives of Parks Canada government, but as well with native people, with Nunatsiavut government. I need to get their permission, I need to employ them, and then I need to work with them. And every year when I go through exactly the same process, and of course now I know people, it's much easier, but I was thinking and I was really considering today during your talk, which were focused on new geopolitical situation and new challenges, but I would like really to come back a little bit to these basics. Our collaboration with Inuit people, with people in Arctics, who are, I mean, this is their home, and we are just trying to understand, yeah, in my case, geology of this region. So I would say this thing is where we would need support and help from diplomats, and it is where, in case of scientists, diplomacy matters a lot. Thank you.
So if I understood correctly your point, one of the features or the characteristics of science diplomacy in the Arctic is the focus on international scientific cooperation, mainly the field work, conducting research as a field work, and the needs that are coming from this specific form of conducting research, as well as the other argument that you raised is connected with the relations and contact with local communities, especially with indigenous communities. I assume that the topic of indigenous knowledge and different knowledge systems will be also raised here in this discussion for a couple of times. What do you think, Pavel?
Yeah, I can go along this line a bit. So I am not a diplomat as well, so I can name things straightforward. So that's I don't need to find the actual words. I am also not an Arctic researcher, so that's. But I am responsible for Polish Polar Station, among others. So that's one of my responsibilities, and that of course requires some diplomatic skills as well, because you can imagine you need to operate or maneuver between Polish legislation framework, Norwegian legislation, and also politicians on both sides. So that's not really easy to operate in this region. But we need to realize that the Arctic is a special place. For example, you can face climate change in a special way. So everything goes 4 times quicker than in other latitudes. So, and there is no nation that can work on it individually. So you need to have data from the entire Arctic. Please remember that the Arctic is also Russia. So it requires real skills. It's also a huge part of Canada, but also an important player there is United States. And when we talk about climate change, now we deal with the problem. So that's something that I guess we'll be able to discuss today. So yeah, that's the major need. So to find a way to collaborate, even if we don't agree on. I think that the Arctic was famous for many years as an area kind of free of tensions. So that was the place that especially in terms of science, we found the ways to collaborate, and usually the science was ahead of diplomacy. So that was something that used to work well in the Arctic. right now we have kind of challenges with this aspect as well. And of course, diplomacy is also what you mentioned, the fact that we involve indigenous people and then their knowledge to involve it in building our knowledge on, for example, climate change. And I'm especially mentioning climate change because it's a very tricky issue at the moment. So, yeah.
Rasmus?
Yeah, just to follow up on what has already been said, I think if we not only talk about Arctic science but polar science, I think I heard a natural science colleague say that if you look at how expensive science is to do as logistics share of the science, then by far the most expensive science is of course space. But then comes polar science and I think deep sea. So it's relatively very expensive to do. I think that's one thing that's special about polar science. And then just one thing to add to what you just said. So the Arctic, at least since the Cold War, the Arctic has been very important to international security. And it's because of nuclear weapons. Because during the Cold War, the Arctic is the short route between the Soviet Union and the United States. So you have a lot of nuclear weapon systems, missile defense, early warning systems you still have. And that means that also since the Cold War and onwards, you have a lot of dual-use research and you have a very high level of intelligence activity. So in northern Norway, in my area, since maybe around 1950, the United States and Norway has had very, very deep intelligence collaboration. And there's no doubt there's a very high level of intelligence activity from many actors, the other side, our side, in that area. And then one final thing is that, I mean, the Arctic has historically been a part of the Western system, if we include Russia, Soviet Union, and the old international system. We have been putting our noses into everybody else's business for hundreds of years globally, and now the rest of the world is starting to put their noses into our business, and we apparently react very strongly to that. Thank you.
I don't know if you agree with me before I will give the floor to our only diplomat in the panel, and I will have a very challenging task for you. But I don't know if you agree that conducting research right now in the Arctic is a very challenging activity, because what Monica mentioned, the issue of permissions, but also cooperation with local communities, all those issues are changing quite radically in recent months. What Rasmus mentioned, the securitization of research, so that researchers, they have to remember that what they do, the production of data, exchange of data, and so on, it's also an element of the national interest, and it has a security dimension there. But then we go into diplomacy, and the question is, well, how diplomacy might react or support research community, and whether still, if we analyze the Arctic, whether still the interests of scientists and diplomats, or, well, policy makers at large, are still aligned as we speak about the Arctic?
Yeah, thank you very much, Monica, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me. And it's good to be under your leadership again in the panel, in front of our prominent audience and my fellow colleagues panelists. Yes, at the beginning you raised a question how we define science diplomacy. I guess we do not have any legal definition of this notion. I understand it as science diplomacy as a tool for promoting national interests through science, but also a way of broadening scientific opportunities for researchers by the state. So that's this second half of my definition is what the state can do for researchers in the Arctic, I guess. And of course, this Arctic environment is very complex at the moment. There are similarities with other regions, like it is multidisciplinary. We have a variety of natural sciences in the Arctic, but also social sciences on the rise, which is clearly visible. On the other hand, what is specific about Arctic, there is a very complex legal environment. We have different layers. We have 8 domestic legislations. We have international law with UN Convention on the Law of the Seas, first and foremost, but also several other instruments. So, do those interests of science and diplomacy align? When we try to consider it in a national dimension, I do not think it is necessary that they fully align. I would like them not to be contrary to each other, but I believe that science needs to have a certain high degree of autonomy in order also to somehow inspire public administration for some kind of actions. But yes, still I believe there is an alignment or those interests are simply complementary in Polish case.
Just to follow up on the changes that we observe in the region, I would like to ask you about the developments, including technological developments that we observe, for instance, like the use of AI or satellite technologies. Well, of course, there are benefits of those as far as polar research in general are concerned, but especially if we speak about the Arctic, because as Paweł mentioned, we lost the access to half of the Arctic, which is the Russian part of the Arctic. So those remote sensing methods might come with some sort of a solution. On the other hand, there is the issue of research security, protection of data, dual use, and all those security aspects. And in the same time, as we lost the access to part of the Arctic, some of the researchers, they changed their focus on, for example, Canadian part of the Arctic. So the general question is how research activity in the Arctic is right now evolving, and what sort of difference makes in your own scientific activity? That's mainly probably a question to researchers.
Very tough question because it's very complicated. So you've raised a number of issues. One thing is really so that Arctic scientists are no more kind of working in isolation, which people used to perceive this Arctic science, and it was in the past. At the moment, with a lot of new technologies, like you mentioned AI, but also the technologies that allow you to simulate various processes are high-tech, But on the other hand side, the problem is with what you also mentioned, with a lot of gaps that we have. So we have the data gathered. Maybe it's the best to mention a few examples. So it was a huge program on the assessment and monitoring with the name of AMAP, that involving most of the countries which are the players in the Arctic. And at some point in 2022, Russia was suddenly out of this project. So first of all, they didn't feed the databases. And a lot of, when you talk about biodiversity, you cannot forget this Siberian part of the Arctic. So that's a huge problem. There was also the largest ever expedition, a sea expedition to observe drifting ice, which was the project with the acronym MOSAIC, with 20 countries involved in it. And again, Russia was suddenly out of it, and they didn't participate. They also took the data out of the project. So, and also reporting, which is an important part of this work, had to be based on limited data that stayed with the project. So these are two examples. Another one maybe just to mention is Interact, which is a network of all the polar stations that I think there's more than 90, 21 were Russian stations, which are also out of the system. So it shows what kind of challenges are at the moment. I need to also remind that there were a lot of connections, ongoing projects, and also interpersonal relations. So people from these various countries worked a lot together. And also we have another problem which appeared later on, and I think it is a lot not about collaboration, but a lot about narrative. And this is, I think, where diplomacy jumps in. So that's the problem that is connected with the Trump administration, when things like climate change, biodiversity, also EDI, which was mentioned as a part of European policy, are not well seen. And these are the major parts of the projects that are realized in the Arctic. So you can imagine that it introduces a lot of problems to run ongoing projects, but also those which will come later on. So that's a number of issues to be mentioned. Maybe you...
Monica, anything to add?
Yeah, I can add completely different perspective again, like maybe not single scientists, but scientists working in the group with climate change, which I mean, kind of now, as Pavel mentioned, we have troubles on working on this from the American perspectives, but it is so, and we work so in, for example, Labrador, where we have more polar bears or brown bears in areas where they were not living before. We need to employ, again, native people to be our bear guards, because there is no permission, like in Svalbard, where we can carry our own guns and work with permission ourselves. So we need to work now with areas where before we could work just alone. Now we need to employ these people and work with these people. And we have this, we are accounting this problem. So this is not geopolitical problem, this is the climate change and science problem. But on the other hand, of course, with technology, many things are much easier, because we can put the drone and see area which is extremely difficult to reach and map it without really going, or at least plan our work and go with going. So it's where our new technology is very handy, and yes, we use in this, but yeah, this.
Rasmus?
Yeah, I'm thinking about two things. I mean, now with the interruption of circumpolar Arctic collaboration after the Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, and there's a lot of attention to climate data series, etc., time series. In my area, social sciences, political science, international relations, Norway used to invest a good deal in people-to-people relations with Russia, and Norwegian academia, myself included, benefited from that. And in my field, international relations, international security, it is, I think, very important to have these conversations with the other side. And this is, of course, exactly science for diplomacy. A very good category. And those conversations have been limited so much. And what we see more and more is bubbles forming. And bubbles, social psychologically, it's quite straightforward. You have group biases, group dynamics, groupthink, and that's very detrimental for research, and it's very detrimental for strategy formulation, policy formulation. And this is not a question of, how to say, excusing or agreeing with anybody, but having a very clear understanding of their thinking, of how they perceive their interests, etc. And there I must say myself, I benefited very much from all the collaboration I had myself. And I have the opportunity to have a good deal of collaboration with, we can call it the BRICS world. And it is very striking that the conversations in my field, international relations, international security, the conversations you have in the NATO world and in the BRICS world are completely different. And it is very important that we know, and again, it's not a question of excusing or agreeing, but it's very important to know and understand these conversations going on the other side. And then finally, I think what we're talking about here often has a very long time horizon. And as an outsider in Tromsø in northern Norway, I mean, I have observed, I first came in contact with Tromsø in 2011. What was striking to me as a Dane was the very high-level network in Russia that my university, the University Hospital of Northern Norway has, the Norwegian Polar Institute, the Arctic Frontiers Conference, Aquaplan Niva. And those are the kinds of networks and access that takes decades to create. And in the case of the Norway, Russia, Soviet Union, it starts very much in the mid-1970s with the Norwegian Soviet Fisheries Commission for the Barents Sea. And I myself, I had come to a point where I was running master's courses, PhD courses with very high-level Russian partners, and I have no illusions about the politicization of some of these partners. And there you are training people who may be in key positions 20 years down the time. And now we have stopped that pipeline. And of course, the longer time that goes on, 20, 30 years down the line, there's going to be an effect that you don't have access, you don't have access. Thank you.
Well, if I may, I would add three more consequences from the perspective of social scientists. Firstly, of course, technology might help, but in the case of social sciences, it's not that easy, because especially in those disciplines that, like anthropology, that would have to have a physical access to the research sites, and if their research sites were located in Russian part of the Arctic, then they lost the access to their research fields. Nobody knows for how long. The other element is connected with the beginning of the crisis, because there was a huge information chaos. We as research community, we didn't know exactly how to behave, because there were usually certain recommendations, soft recommendations, they were not legal recommendations that, well, we are advised to sustain in contact, personal, individual contact with our colleagues in Russia. But of course, that's not that easy, because if you don't have funding, and you cannot apply for funding for a project where Russian institutions are involved, right? So how to sustain the contacts and to conduct research together. Then also my experience, institutional experience, as a chair of one of the working groups of IASC, we also didn't know how for instance, work on common statements of the working groups, because on the one hand, the official line of the Arctic Council as well as the IASC is that Russia is still a member, an official active member of those organizations. Whereas the delegates, they were treated as individuals, so they couldn't reveal their affiliation. So we were functioning in a kind of undefined reality, institutional, but also when it comes to our research activity. Right now, I'd like to go into more institutional topics, because as we know, in the Arctic, one of the most important institutions is the Arctic Council, and that will be probably a question that I would address firstly to Piotr and then to Rasmus. And the question is about the role of observers and maybe the change of the role of observers from the perspective of science diplomacy, because as we all know, Poland has a status of an observer for quite a long time. We are quite visible as an observer, but I hope Piotr will say a bit more about that. But also, as we speak today, it's the end of the Polish presidency in the Council of the EU, and we cannot forget about the role of EU. Well, EU is not the jure observer, but is a de facto observer. So Rasmus presented the new strategy, I would say, of the EU in science diplomacy, and we have there quite a direct connection between science diplomacy, foreign security policy, technological development, competitiveness, and so on. So the question is about the evolution of the role of observers and whether they could maybe legitimize their engagement more through science and scientific cooperation.
Yeah, thank you very much. And let me come back for a while to your previous question, which is somehow related to the current one. I would encourage everybody not to think about Arctic science as a process dependent on political cycles, because we'll always have these kind of challenges. And let's take the Polish example from, let's say, recent 10 years. We had different governments in Poland, different governments in Arctic states, US, and so on. We had full-scale invasion of Russia on Ukraine. We had COVID, pandemic, and so on and so forth. Only in that time, we managed to establish, for example, Polish Polar Consortium, integrating several Polish institutions under one umbrella, undertaking common projects, quite recently opening a logistical and research center in Svalbard, Norway. We managed to adopt, for the first time, Polish polar policy as an official governmental document in the form of a resolution of the Council of Ministers. Then we managed to establish an advisory committee on polar affairs, gathering members from public administration, scientific institutions. So we can do things regardless of what's happening, despite all those difficult challenges. And now, Madam Minister pointed out in the morning that we are now in an era where some people like to contest any kind of scientific achievements. So even more, we need now scientific products which are first credible, and by credible I mean that they are proven and where assumptions are not depicted as proved results. And secondly, scientific products which are digestible for wider public. I'm just a modest doctor in a panel with 3 professors, so my position is very difficult, so please correct me, and I'm speaking under your control, but I believe that science is not only for scientists. So those accomplishments should be made available for wider public. That's the best way to gain attention and awareness. And when it comes to the observer's role, yes, indeed. Well, this role is, I think, well confined and described in the rules of procedures of the Arctic Council and the Observer's Manual. And of course, this scientific activity, I would say, is the main instrument of promoting our engagement. Arctic Council working groups have very strong scientific profile. We as Poland have much to do in that regard.
Following up on observers, I think it's important to notice that, I mean, we have the old observers from late 90s, early 2000s, which are European countries, often with very long-standing political, economic, scientific, security interests in the Arctic. Of course, Poland is one of them. And practically all of them, except Switzerland, are NATO countries. So that's like part of the NATO bloc. And then, of course, in 2013, we have the 5 Asian observer states, China, Japan, South Korea, Singapore, and India, which reflects globalization, power transition coming to the Arctic. And out of those countries, of course, Japan and South Korea are very close allies of the United States. India is a very independent country. Singapore navigates United States, China, very clever, in a very clever way. And of course, China is the peer competitor with the United States. So there you get very different dynamics. And as I alluded to a moment ago, I mean, when you talk to Chinese colleagues, when you talk to Indian colleagues, etc., I mean, the way they see Russia, they see the war in Ukraine, it's very different from us. And I think one example of how these new voices, they can actually have a great impact is that personally in like mid-22, I thought the Arctic Council was dead and gone forever. I did not think the Arctic Council could be saved. And I was joking about that we were going to end up with a half Arctic Council. Because, of course, 7 out of 8, it sounds like a big majority, but it is geographically half the Arctic. And some of you maybe were also at Arctic Circle conference in Reykjavik in October 22, on the big stage when the former president of Iceland, Ólafur Ragnar Grímsson, interviewed the Chinese Arctic representative, Gao Feng, and asks about China's view on the Arctic Council and the war in Ukraine. And Gao Feng, who is a very high-level Chinese international lawyer, he says very guardedly, but also very clearly, he says that China will not recognize an Arctic Council without the participation of all 8 member states. And I think that was a wake-up message. And I think that was a wake-up message to the 7 out of the 8 to tread more carefully. So I suspect that was an example of that an outside, that actually an observer could have a quite big influence on how the Arctic Council developed. Thank you.
I don't know if I can add anything to what has been said about observers. I think it is rightly said that we, for example, as observers, as Poland, have a special role because of science, and then science is definitely something which decides about the role also in this Arctic community, and that's good. And I agree that we used to overcome various tensions in the past, but I think there are areas that are under change, and we need to take into account also for science, and that's, I would like to mention a few things. One, all the countries involved in the Arctic invest more and more in the technologies that we just mentioned. And there is, I think, a lot of rumors and concern about, which was not mentioned today, dual use. So Arctic, which was tension-free, that I said in the beginning, starts to be also a place for a kind of a competition. For one thing is dual use, another is resources that are there will be much more easily available, and that's of course a huge competition about this. So science changes with this respect. Another thing is, which is a huge change, is, you know, in science, especially in the European Union, in our DNA is openness. And openness is something that starts to be a problem with the security measures that we need to make for science as well. And the security in the Arctic is especially important as well. So this exchange of data, it comes back a bit to your former question about technologies that we have, but things are really changed. So it's not just that we have new tools, but also an access might be limited, and also the security measures that countries involved in it, having the countries which sometimes are opposing that what we have in EU, creates new tensions. So I think it is something that we need to consider. But also, I would mention very good examples of the countries that might be kind of a problem, but we have a lot of excellent collaborations, like, for example, Icelandic-Chinese polar station, which is a very unique undertaking that I think it is an excellent example of well working diplomacy and then science. So that's a very good example.
If I can just follow up on the China-Iceland Arctic Observatory, which is a bit of a pet project of mine. So China and Iceland were very much the drivers of Nordic-Chinese Arctic science cooperation since around 2012-13. And in 2014, the ground is laid for this China-Iceland Aurora Observatory in northeast Iceland, where I've been many times. And Iceland is under massive American pressure to kill that thing. Massive pressure, and it's a space physics place that follows Northern Lights aurora, and for most of us, aurora is simply just beautiful, but it's basic space physics with military, civilian, commercial applications. And I must say that the Icelanders themselves, they mismanaged that collaboration very badly. And it's basically their own fault. I mean, the Chinese were very engaged. It's funded from Chinese side. And the Icelanders, it was very much driven by local forces there in northeast Iceland, who of course want regional development. And Reykjavik, central government, University of Iceland, Icelandic science institutions, they were simply not interested. And they end up with a facility which they have very little insight into. But that's not China's fault. It's not China's fault that government science in Reykjavik doesn't bother to take a 35-minute flight to Akureyri, to northeast Iceland, and go and use their own facility. I like traveling with students. I have over the years, over 10 years, I brought like 20, 30 students from Tromsø to that facility. To my knowledge, there has never ever been a single student from the University of Iceland in Reykjavik visiting that place. And that's not China's fault. Thank you.
Thank you, Rasmus. Surprisingly, we did not, maybe indirectly, but we did not touch at all the role of the EU in the Arctic, which is either very controversial and nobody wants to discuss, or the EU does not play an important role in the region. Although we have to mention, as we speak about the research activity, that EU, through the framework programs, is one of the largest funding actor as far as also research in the Arctic is concerned. So that's still a big role that the organization plays. Although politically speaking, of course, there are controversial elements of the activity of the organization there. But also the open science policy, which is promoted by the EU and is one of the important elements of research activity funded through EU funding mechanisms, as you, Pavel, said, needs to be probably redefined or modified, adjusted to especially the research security requirements. Well, I hope this discussion was thought-provoking for you and also for the audience. I assume we did not touch all the problems and all the issues and all the dimensions of science diplomacy in the Arctic, but I would like to leave a couple of minutes for the audience and for the interaction with the audience, and just invite you all to ask questions, comments on the topic. No questions? No comments? Okay, so I would have maybe additional question concerning one of the Arctic states, one of the largest Arctic states, which is the United States, and the changing situation there, especially as we speak about the reform of science policy. As I recall correctly, either Monica or Paweł referred to those forbidden phrases, terms, and words that shouldn't be used, for example, in grant applications. I think one of negative consequences of this situation will be even worse accessibility to funding mechanisms for indigenous scientists, and the deterioration of their situation. Of course, not saying about the rest of the research community there. So, what's your opinion about the freedom of research, freedom of speech, and the changes that are ongoing in the US? What should be the answer of the international scientific community, maybe also diplomatic?
I know it's a tough question, but I said I am not a diplomat, so I can mention things. So if you mentioned my role as the president of ALEA, so which is the Federation of the Academies of Sciences, and we were probably the first in Europe as a huge institution to raise this problem, and we issued a statement on the academic freedom in the United States, which we couldn't believe before that we needed to release this kind of a statement. But what I want to mention, that was 170 institutions in Europe endorsing this statement. So it shows how huge the problem is overseas. I had let's say, privilege to speak to the president of the US Academy of Sciences like a month ago. We had a private conversation, and soon after I had this conversation with the commissioner Mrs. Zacharieva, who is commissioner responsible for research in Europe. And definitely this collaboration between the US and the Europe in general is, I would say, under threat at the moment. And this for many reasons. One is the cut in research programs in the States. So this counterpart of the United States is not that strong anymore, especially in the areas that we are studying in the Arctic. So this is the environment, this is the climate change, which we cannot change the topic, and they would like us very much to change the way we study the Arctic, but these are the major problems there, so it cannot be changed. So I believe there are a few problems. One is and what I already mentioned today, the way of the narrative is going on. So this narrative is very much against the policy of EU, especially in the Horizon programs that you mentioned. So the framework programs stress very much sustainability, biodiversity, climate change, everything which starts to be forbidden in the States, but forbidden also in the sense that they have huge budget cuts. And when we talk about the Arctic and, for example, about indigenous people, we need to remember about this additional threat and Trump's attitude to Greenland. And that's yet another problem which is on the scene to be discussed. So I think it is very serious because it was the major partner of most European projects and also the mutual projects between countries in Europe and the States. Also this Chinese-American collaboration. There are a number of layers of this huge problem.
Maybe I will not elaborate for too long on this topic, but you mentioned you complained quite rightly, Monica, about our lack of reference to the EU activity in the Arctic, and maybe that's one of the areas where EU can be engaged and offer some perspectives for our US colleagues, maybe increase some funding, try to like take more initiative here at this side of the Atlantic, and at the same time engage in dialogue with American partners wherever it's possible. The problem of the EU is that in the Arctic is that we have very different layers of engagement of member states. We have Arctic states, we have observer states, and we have member states without any kind of this status. That's one problem. And second problem, which is common for many kind of activities, is lack of adequate promotion of our engagement. EU is active, does really much in the Arctic. For example, in Greenland spends hundreds of millions of euro, yeah? and few people know it. Like I refer to the public opinion. So we should work on better promotion, self-promotion.
Yeah, 2 points. First, the thing about open science, where I think we should be cautious about not overestimating also the openness on our own side. I come to think about, I mean, during the Cold War, there was so much military research in the Arctic. And I remember hearing from ocean scientists that the United States Navy, the Royal Navy, from submarines operating in the Arctic, they had so much extremely valuable data, which of course was completely off limits to civilian science. And then another thing, I mean, what's happening in American academia is absurd. But it's also a lot of noise, and I think we should be very careful about, how to say, also noticing what happens under the noise, because the American science and technology system is so enormous. And of course, a lot of it is government-driven, it's defense-driven. Think about how much of modern society is based on US defense research, the internet, GPS. And I just come to think about, for example, Trump's this whatever metal dome we're talking about. Are we a golden dome now or whatever? Think about how much hard science and technology is going to go into that project. And the Arctic is going to be very important for that dome project, that missile defense project. So I suspect that US defense will be perhaps as engaged in polar science and Arctic science as ever before. But that's, of course, it's not the kind of science we have access to. So it was just a couple of thoughts that came to my mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Rasmus. Well, I totally agree that this is, I think, something new that also we as research community will experience for the next years. So the involvement, well, the security dimension and the involvement of defense ministries in the dialogue. This is something that I hear just recently from my colleagues who work on Arctic politics and are involved in institutional dialogue at the level of their countries, where they all say that, well, there are meetings with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Science, and from a couple of months there is a new partner over the table, the Ministry of Defense. So that's something probably also quite new for us as research community. And the last comment on that, I don't know if that makes any good for regaining trust and rebuilding trust between scientists, but also between policymakers. So that's another element that, well, science diplomacy as a track to diplomacy might be quite helpful. All right, so I think we are right now out of time. Since we didn't have any comments or questions. Oh, we have. Okay, please.
I had one question, maybe more to the people conducting research. Did you face any obstacles from native communities in Labrador or Nunavut in Canada? For example, not willing to collaborate?
No, I have to say that interaction and collaboration was always very open, very nice. We employed the native community as not only as bear guards, which was mandatory, but as well as zodiac keepers or field guides. Instead, it was kind of requirement, but really we did enjoy it. We gave not only lectures, but as well in some campsites in Torngat Mountains. We prepared a little exhibition about early Earth and beginning of Earth and rocks which are around, and we know coming the years later that they are using it as guides. So we consider it as a kind of mutual collaboration, and now at this stage it's 11 years of my collaboration with Nunavut people, and I have to say that we never had any problems or obstacles from their sides. And similar was in Greenland, in Kangalussuaq area, so as well the local hunters were our guides in the field, and they were as well very helpful, especially when it was getting warm and some areas were not really accessible anymore, so they were really helpful. Thank you.
We have time. 1 minute. We know that the Arctic is a very competitive region as far as geopolitics is concerned. So one aspect of competition is about the limits of the continental shelves. So we know that, for instance, Russia has made several years ago claims for having an extension of its continental shelves up to the northern pole. And such decision is a mix of high intensive scientific knowledge, and it is also very political. And as far as I know, the decision hasn't been made so far. So my question is, what would you recommend to scientists who could be involved in such businesses, not being instrumentalized by the politics when they are asked about the underlying scientific knowledge of such claims?
Well, I mean, when it comes to the continental shelf questions, fortunately, there are very clear rules of the road from the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. And when it comes to the Central Arctic Ocean, I mean, the relevant actors, the Russian Federation, Norway, the Kingdom of Denmark, Canada, I think they've collaborated very well within those rules of the road. Of course, the United States is the bizarre actor which has not ratified the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. I mean, the White House, the US Navy, State Department, everybody wants to ratify, but there are some senators who thinks it's a communist conspiracy. And this is, of course, something that concerns the Kingdom of Denmark very much, because we have overlapping claims with the Russian Federation. With the International Seabed Authority, I think that's what it's called, I mean, there's an international scientific peer review process which works very well, but there's a 10-year queue. And somebody submits their material, it enters the queue, and the Russian Federation is ahead of the queue from the Kingdom of Denmark and Canada. So it's something I've raised with Danish diplomats that, I mean, from a Kingdom of Denmark point of view, because I basically, I mean, I'm not a geologist, but I think the Lomonosov Ridge, which goes from Siberia to Greenland, is probably a continuum. So each side can claim it's an extension of their continental shelf. So it will end up as a diplomatic question. But then, I mean, then of course the general political diplomatic environment is going to affect this. And my big concern for Denmark has been that, and I raised this with Danish diplomats, and I'm not going to quote what they think about it, but let's imagine a situation where Russia is ahead in the scientific queue. The UN body says the Russian science is sound, the Lomonosov Ridge is an extension of Siberia, and for war in Ukraine, whatever, you have a Russian regime under intense domestic pressure, which needs to make some kind of nationalist statement, and they claim the North Pole. I mean, that's not going to be very pleasant for the Kingdom of Denmark. And of course, Russia, on occasions, I mean, they've had the floating ice stations, and the Russian Federation, on occasions, they have dropped paratroops on the North Pole. I mean, they have regularly showed they can deploy to the area, which of course we can't. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much once again for attending the session. A special thank you to the panelists and also to the audience. I hope this case study of science diplomacy referring to the region of the Arctic was inspiring and interesting for you. Thank you very much.
So let me invite all of you now for a group picture here in front of the podium. Please join us all. Hello again. Can you hear me? Yes, so. Okay, wonderful. Thank you for being back in the room. We have the last session ahead of us, science diplomacy training and capacity building needs. And I would like to invite to the floor the moderator of this session, Dr. Wojciech Karczewski, the director of the Polish National Agency for Academic Exchange. Wojciech, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. And the first question of the panel is, where are the panelists? So let's sit first. Okay, let's see. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the panel discussion, Science Diplomacy Training and Capacity Building Needs. My name is Wojciech Karczewski. I'm a director of the Polish National Agency for Academic Exchange, and I have a privilege to moderate today's discussion of three distinguished panelists who are Mr. Janusz Bujnicki, professor of biological sciences at International Institute of Molecular and Cell Biology in Warsaw, very complicated, and European Union Science Diplomacy Working Group member. Mr. Pier Bruno Ruffini, co-chair of the European Union Science Diplomacy Alliance and professor at Le Havre University in Normandy in France. And Mr. Paweł Michalski, Head of Strategic Partnerships and Development at College of Europe. Initially, we had confirmed the additional panelist, a woman, but unfortunately she couldn't take part in our discussion, and we have only men here, but I hope the discussion will be interesting anyway. So let's start. Today we are going to discuss the ways in which science can support diplomacy and how diplomacy can contribute to the advancement of research. And on the one hand, science can provide advice to support foreign policy objectives as well as address global challenges. On the other hand, diplomacy can promote international collaboration in scientific research and coordinate efforts to deal with critical global challenges such as security. And at the beginning, very easy question. Could you please provide a brief overview of your organization in this context? And first, I would like Professor Pier Bruno Ruffini to answer this question. Yeah, we have a problem with microphone.
Yes, thank you. I could briefly introduce this morning the European Union Science Diplomacy Alliance and explaining that this network of institutions, which are from the academic sphere, but not only, also from the diplomacy or policy-making sphere, how we try to put together our knowledge, our experiences. So many of our members are involved in science diplomacy. I would maybe just comment and answer briefly your question, saying that myself, I belong to this network, not through my academic affiliation, but through the affiliation to a French association, which gathers individuals that were, at some point of their career, science attaché at French embassies, or are presently science attaché at French embassies, or more broadly have an interest in international relations from a science, technology, and innovation perspective. And in that association, our connection to science diplomacy is obvious because from some professional background or from some present activity, we were or we are directly involved in the foreign activities of our country through science diplomacy and more broadly academic relations. So that's my answer to your question.
This one works still. Thank you again. So Paweł Michalski, I'm delighted to be here. I am the man that replaces the only female participant, and of course we deeply regret that because this puts a lot of burden on me, not on that level, but on the level of the experience and knowledge that the Vice Rector of the College of Europe has shared, but also accumulated through all those years. Because the College of Europe is where I come from. I come from the College of Europe in Nathalie specifically, so I'm not going to get into one college, two campuses, and federal idea and legal entities. We're not here for that because there's more that unites us as well. And then we complement each other as well in many ways. Throughout the day, but also when preparing for this discussion, I realized that there's plenty that we do, but we don't call it by specific names, and science diplomacy being one of them. So when you approach something in an empirical way, you realize that actually this is it. You add different elements. And the College of Europe in Nathalie was set up in '92 in the wake of historical events of the Iron Curtain and of the communism, but also in preparation of the biggest back then enlargement of the EU. And our mission was to prepare specifically policymakers from Central and Eastern Europe in the field of EU integration process. So that was very, very much important at that time. But it was equally important also to bridge the East-West divide and to provide the policymakers of the back then EU 15, so the old member states back then, with the right knowledge, with the right information on history, politics, economy, related to Central Eastern European countries about to join the EU as such. Because in foreign policy decision-making is also what was required of the EU side, equally as it was required from the back then candidate and then currently member states. So in our field, we train, of course, as I said, well, future or current policymakers. We provide academic teaching, and we conduct also plenty of research on which maybe I can develop later on, but that's already enough for the introduction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe I could use this one. Yes, so my affiliation has a very long and complicated name. It's a research institute, and yes, indeed, I'm a full-time scientist. As the name of the institute implies, it's international, and I lead the group, which is also international. And obviously, what we do is international not only by name, but throughout our scientific work, we do everything in the international context. We are involved in multiple international projects, multiple global and European networks, and we have international scientists on our advisory board. And the question is whether this kind of international environment is really used by Poland as a part of its diplomatic toolkit. And I'd like to leave that question hanging. But at the same time, I also have been serving in various international science policy initiatives. I've been a member of the group of chief scientific advisors to the European Commission, and I continue to act as an expert for the European Commission. I'm a member of the European Science Advisors Forum, delegated by the Polish Ministry of Science, and I think the ministry completely forgot about it. I've been a part of the EU Science Diplomacy Working Group. I'm a board member of the Association of ERC Grantees, and I'm also I'm in policy advisory bodies in European Molecular Biology Organization and in INGSA Europe. So there's quite a number of different bodies where I had or have various advisory roles, which are mostly concerning science for policy advice, but they all operate in the international context. And this is where I work to integrate my scientific expertise into the international decision making. So I see this from both sides. Someone who runs a lab and does research, and someone helping shape the frameworks where science and policy and diplomacy meet. So the European Commission definitely recognizes this, but again, another question I'd like to leave hanging is whether Poland taps into my expertise and expertise of other people involved internationally, as it could in the context of diplomacy.
Thank you. So it was the easiest question today, and now let's go to the next one. Maybe first, Mr. Michalski, because it would be the question to all of you. In the context of the fast-changing global landscape, how can scientific collaborations and cross-border initiatives between scientists and scientific organizations contribute to improved diplomatic capabilities and effective decision-making processes?
It works again. So thank you for this question. I'm very tempted to say that this question is, it's a valid question, of course, but having heard and listened to this morning also to the report by the Royal Society, there may be also a different paradigm in which we operate, in a sense that it's not only one-way track, science, collaboration, and its impact on diplomacy, but it's also a reverse situation. And why is it important? Because I think, and this is what I take from these infographics. Sorry to look at the rapporteur, if I may put it that way. That was not intended. You never know where and when it starts. Whether scientific collaboration is first and is a necessary first step for diplomacy to act upon it or to benefit from the momentum that scientific collaboration creates, or whether diplomacy, as in was it the egg or the hen first, yeah? Or is it diplomacy that is first needed for proper scientific collaboration to be able to expand or to flourish, to grow in this sense? As such, I would say that scientific collaboration is maybe an enabler. It can enable the diplomacy on many levels, especially not necessarily where science is at stake, because as the representative of the Polish MFA said this morning, whenever there's science, there's consensus. And when scientists are, there's supposed to be consensus. At least they meet in such circles that there's supposed to be consensus. And here I think, so it's not about science, it's about those working on a given matter. Their national affiliations may be an obstacle for their states to cooperate, but maybe at the scientific level they are not anymore considered as being affiliated or a national of a given country. So yet they collaborate, they entertain those scientific but quasi-diplomatic relations, as in any, I would say, UN-related simulation game, and I'm going back to the things that we've been doing at the College of Europe in Natal when we were in New York, preparing for the Model United Nations simulation game. Of course, we had to work on knowledge, science, information, working, I don't know, on chemical weapons, representing good or bad states, by the way, even more difficult. So you have to work on facts. But then what happens is that there's this caucusing time. So when you interact with your fellow diplomats, and we were pretending to be diplomats, and same thing goes as well with scientists. I think scientific collaboration is not only on the science as such, but it's also creating the network, creating the trust among people, among scientists, that may then lead the diplomacy to build upon it and use it, as was one of the first steps. So that's why it's important. I'm not going to name any countries in particular, but it's true that at the College of Europe, we have activities, be them from postgraduate studies to professional training activities, summer academies, etc., or research projects, where we have researchers, scientists, policymakers, not necessarily, maybe not willing, but not necessarily ready to meet in an open space in a formal setting. So we're closer to, and I'm looking at Ms. Szkarłat, track 2. There you go. Thank you. I took notes on that comment. We're closer to track 2 diplomacy in this scenario. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. So maybe Professor Bojnicki now.
Thank you. So your question is, oh, I'm sorry, it was for you.
Thank you. So yes, so we've already heard one very important word, trust. The other very important word is trustworthiness, which needs to be built to help generate trust. And of course, yes, science naturally transcends borders, and scientists collaborate based on and compete based on shared interest, and this shared interest can create bridges, not just the competition. And of course, in the history the recent history of science, there have been many endeavors and infrastructures which served science. Just to name 3: Human Genome Project, International Space Station, and the Sesame synchrotron in the Middle East, which all required collaboration between the countries and between scientists from different countries, including those that were actually political enemies. And so these spaces or physical infrastructures can create safer spaces for the interactions, which can be used to build trust if the partners are already trustworthy, if they enter this collaboration, and the scientists working together or even working at the same place, if not together. They can develop at least mutual understanding and sometimes even mutual respect. And what is extremely important also for diplomacy is they develop communication channels. And this is incredibly important because channels created between the scientists can stay open even if other official communication channels are closed. We heard about this in the previous panel about the Arctic, about channels of former collaboration and still private communication staying open between scientists that end up on two different sides of the dividing line, and this could be a tool, and it can be used as a tool for diplomacy, because this kind of informal diplomacy can complement, or sometimes in the worst situations even replace, formal diplomacy, and such channels stay longer. So another question that I would again like to leave hanging is how we scientists or scientists among us can be used in the good sense of that word to strengthen diplomatic efforts, especially in situations of hot conflicts. Like, I would like, maybe controversial, but obviously, I mean, Russia and Ukraine was one already named, and now Israel and Iran is another. So the question is how our national diplomacy or how European diplomacy can use these communication channels between scientists as a tool to benefit in terms of national and European interests through the diplomacy.
Thank you, Professor.
Your question is about the role that international scientific cooperation can have, how it can impact science diplomacy. I would like first to point to the fact that international scientific cooperation and science diplomacy are not the same thing. They are different. They overlap, but they are different. Where is the difference? When we say science diplomacy, I think the word that is important, the one we should look at first, is not the word science. It is the word diplomacy. It is the word diplomacy, and what does it mean? Two things. It means a connection with national interests, national sovereignty, and the projection of countries on the international scene. And second, it means a relationship with the governance of global issues, of global challenges, what we could call multilateral diplomacy. So anytime we speak about international scientific cooperation, in order to say, well, this example of international scientific cooperation is also science diplomacy, then we have to bring evidence that there is a relationship with the national interests of one or more than one country, or there is a relationship with the global governance of the challenges that have a science and technology dimension. And if we accept this statement, I think that most of international scientific cooperation is not science diplomacy. Okay, so that said, I would like to maybe react to what you expressed. We have, I agree with this idea that in the narrative about science diplomacy, building trust is something very important. And we have also something which is very much at the forefront of the traditional, which say so, discourse on science diplomacy. Traditional, well, although the discourse is recent, indeed. It is the idea that international scientific cooperation may have peace-building effects, may help to mitigate international political tensions. So that's a complicated question, and I'm not sure of the answer. I would say that we would have to look on a case-by-case basis. If scientists cooperate across boundaries, they speak to each other, they work together, they socialize, even they become friends, how does it spill over? How does it transfer outside to the sphere of political relations? You mentioned the International Space Station. Okay, we have Russian cosmonauts and Western astronauts there. That's one thing. You mentioned also the Sesame infrastructure in the Middle East, the synchrotron light for experimental science in the Middle East, which is a kind of small sister of CERN then. And then you have scientists, physicists from Israel, from the Palestinian Authority, from Iran, from Turkey, from Jordan, etc. They can work together. They are in the same building. But the point is, how does this transfer outside? And I think that the point is this one. In order that scientists can influence international political relations, they have to do more than science together. They have to make steps toward the diplomatic area, toward politicians. And an example of that is the Pugwash conferences, the Pugwash movement. Maybe you heard about that. This movement was created 70 years ago, nearly 70 years ago, gathering scientists, most of them physicists of nuclear affairs, nuclear science, and they engage in track 2 diplomacy. They engage in track 2 diplomacy in order to try to convince political leaders to stop the armament race. to try to influence decisions regarding the use of nuclear armaments. And so there were scientists, and they had this legitimacy as physicists, nuclear scientists, etc. But their influence didn't come from cooperating between themselves, talking between scientists. They could become influential when they started to talk to the ones that decide about political program, about armaments programs, policymakers, etc. By the way, the Pugwash movement was granted the Nobel Prize some 20 years ago, because Nobel Prize for peace, not for any kind of science, for peace. So this is what you mentioned as track 2 diplomacy. Yes, so my answer would be international scientific cooperation can bring benefits for improving the world order, bringing more pacified relationships, on condition that scientists stop being scientists at some point and try to engage with the political sphere.
Thank you. The answers were very interesting. Maybe there is somebody in the room who would like to comment what panelists just said. So, yeah, I will give you the microphone.
Thank you. That's comment to a general comment to what Professor Bujnicki mentioned about the role, well, his role in advising the European Commission. I think that in the title of the panel, as we speak about training and capacity building, this is one of the elements that I don't know if we are aware or that we are missing in Poland, is creating not only a culture, but also kind of an institutional background for advisory mechanisms, scientific advisory mechanisms, because without this awareness among also research community that we should play this role internationally. Also, as we speak about the European Union, for instance, the agenda setting, when the new Horizon, so the new framework program is negotiated, the topics, the priorities, our experts, scientists, they should be there in order to actively promote topics and priorities, which are kind of a specialization of our research in Poland. That refers probably to all countries, but as we know, there are countries which in the study on diplomacy we call that they are punching above their weight. And there are already studies about this, that there are small member states in the EU who are quite active and quite successful because they have over-representation, so to say, in comparison with the other member states of experts in the advisory bodies, for instance, advising the European Commission. So that's something that I think is still ahead of us. And as we speak about the reform of science policy in Poland, I think this should be an element of the reform, that our activity as researchers in those advisory bodies, or for instance in working groups in international organizations, are not evaluated or are not seen properly in comparison, for example, to the evaluation based on publications. So if there is no support and no benefit coming from that, then researchers, scientists, they won't do it, because, like, for what, right?
Thank you. Yeah.
The microphone. Yes, thank you. I'd like to, I totally agree with that statement and with all the elements. I just wanted to add one comment which relates also to what we discussed just a moment ago between sort of how the role of scientists in diplomacy. So my experience in science for policy advice has one very strong notion that this should not be mixed or mixed up with policy for science advice, so how the science is funded. And the science for policy is like explaining what is the scientific, or what is the totality of the scientific evidence on a given topic relevant to the given policy initiative or process, whereas setting policy for science also involves funding areas of science that are not funded yet. And these two should not be mixed. I mean, one person, if one person does both, this generates very strong conflict of interest, because then, or if one and the same body does it, then there is some danger that in the response of what the science has to say about certain topic, then the scientists would say, okay, and there is this knowledge gap, and this knowledge gap should be funded. So we should be funded to do more research. This is a very dangerous combination. I think in science diplomacy, there may be analogy to this. So one thing is about scientists stopping being scientists and becoming involved in diplomacy. That's one thing. That's speaking for science, getting sort of influencing diplomacy because of what happens in science. But the other thing, and this is what I was referring to, is when we have these networks among the scientists, how diplomacy can use this as a tool. And I'm putting diplomacy first, absolutely, in the context of science diplomacy. But then the question is how there are various tools that are maybe not used sufficiently in science. So maybe diplomacy could use science more to the benefit of diplomacy. Thank you.
Thank you. So now let's go to the next topic, and my favorite question today. Maybe Professor Ruffini first. How can we use diplomacy to promote international scientific cooperation? And the question is whether diplomacy could play a role in mitigating the risks associated with research and technology development, which are difficult to predict, we know.
So, I understand your question as an illustration of what we call diplomacy for science. Myself, I like these three categories. I still use them, find them very useful. And your question is about, it seems to me, diplomacy in support of science. So I can make maybe the first comment that diplomatic tools, of course, are there in order to support international scientific cooperation. Think, for instance, of the role of science attachés at foreign embassies that help, that support bilateral cooperation between their home country and the host country. Think about a consulate that deliver visas to scientists and allow them to travel, and in that sense, they support the mobility, the international mobility of scientists. Think about the grants that some countries and some Ministry of Foreign Affairs give to scientists in order to help them connect with their foreign counterparts. So those are examples of the way the diplomatic structure can bring support to scientific activity at the international level. And turning to your question about how can diplomacy play a role in mitigating the risk associated with research and technology development. This is really a question of the day, because we have today different issues such as artificial intelligence and the threats that come from the development of artificial intelligence are societal or related to security, to the military, etc., many of them. And what can diplomacy do in order to try to handle and face those risks? My response will be very general. As any time that a threat comes up, whether the threat comes from the climate change, from the loss of biodiversity, or for the development of disruptive technologies, diplomats are there first to maybe keep the dialogue open and to favor cooperation between the different stakeholders. Facilitating trust and dialogue, the role of embassies, the role of diplomats is to create forums where people will gather. We had this meeting on artificial intelligence in Paris a couple of months ago. This is an example where we can put on the table, with the support of all the diplomatic apparatus of the different countries, all the questions which relate to how to handle the developments of this new technology. Diplomacy can also be helpful in developing norms and standards. At some point, it's necessary to dialogue to set the standards of these new technologies. We are far from there as far as artificial intelligence is concerned. There are other ways by which diplomacy can be helpful. I think it is by capacity building. Train people, try to inform people about the risk, because so is your question, of such technologies, and try to enhance the capacity of the actors, policymakers, but diplomats in international negotiation also, and this touches to our last question as well, to be able to dialogue and to be constructive. And there are probably other ways of being supportive. I just mentioned the ones that came to my mind.
Thank you for this. I mean, clearly, diplomacy is not just about the protocol or the diplomatic protocol. It's way more than this. Professor Fien clearly indicated that it's about setting a framework. I will go further. I'm a lawyer by my background, so I like norms. I like regulations. I like when things are straightforward and when they are predictable. And I do not mean by this that science is predictable, because the beauty of science is that it surprises us constantly, but that all the channels are open, they're transparent, they work according to specific mechanisms, and they work according to values and principles. And I think here diplomacy has a clear impact. We mentioned throughout the day the digital transformation and its challenges, AI being one of them. I mean, all disruptive technologies are there. Ethics are something I think we touched upon values, but ethics, I don't quite recall whether this word was mentioned. And so is it ethical or not to use a given technology or to use AI in a specific way? Science does not know any borders in terms of, I mean, until its own limit of acquiring science. So we don't have to stop anywhere, but maybe we do, and this is the work of diplomacy. I mean, diplomacy, I mean also policymakers, right? So I'm going further than this. I have probably a broader approach to defining diplomacy as such. And some of the things also that I think so diplomacy or diplomacy for science can bring in are softer in the sense that negotiation skills or conflict resolution mechanisms are things which are part of the daily life of diplomats. Diplomats never agree. But I don't know whether scientists also tend to agree or disagree. I would rather say they are there to confront their own ideas. And I'm sure all scientists are right when they advocate for a given argument, idea. But there comes a moment when negotiation, I think, is of paramount interest. So this is one of the skills I would say I would see as one of the soft skills, right? Instead of operating in a framework and according to given values. You mentioned mobility of scientists. This is clearly something that we see here at the. Sorry, I'm saying here as if I were at the College of Europe. But when we see it at the College of Europe, when we have that mobility between the EU and Poland as its member country, and the Eastern Partnership countries. Something I think that the EU, speaking about what Ms. Szkarłat mentioned, and the advisory bodies, I think this is, in the Horizon especially, this is the part of the EU external action that we would be very much looking forward to be developed, also in terms of science diplomacy, because we work with the EU's Eastern neighborhood, we work on Ukraine, on rebuilding Ukraine at all levels, on making sure that the EU accession process is there. But although it's a country that is fighting for survival, it's already thinking about rebuilding itself. We see what's happening in the field of science. And the mobility of scientists, Ukrainian scientists, is for the moment a one-track phenomenon. So the UK, for instance, did a job with the twinning between the UK universities. So here, maybe diplomacy took it, I don't know whether too far or not far enough, but diplomacy was used for that mobility of sciences, specifically from Ukraine. Yeah.
Yes, so about the role of diplomacy in facilitating science and mitigating technological risks. I've always appreciated the European approach to responsibility, but I've spent my formative scientific years in the US, and I integrated a bit different mindset. More focus on opportunities and moving fast forward, and less on risks and what might go wrong. I'm not saying that risk should be ignored, but I do think that in Europe we sometimes get stuck, to maybe not sometimes and too often actually, talking mostly about the risks, dangers, threats, fears, especially with respect to new technologies. So, of course, areas like AI, gene editing, big data processing, also in the private sector, autonomous systems, of course, they all come with risks, very, very serious risks, no question about that. But they also offer huge potential benefits. And I think that in Europe, we too often get blinded by the risks and we do not see the opportunities. Whereas, again, diplomacy, our international competitors have a different mindset and they are winning. Maybe instead of seeing just risks and threats, we could have a slightly different view on the areas where responsible innovation is possible and also desired if the right framework is in place. So I believe that this is where the diplomacy could come in to facilitate science. To use the international dialogue, common principles, and shared legal and ethical standards that was already mentioned, actually to strengthen the opportunities to move forward and win the competition in the name of national and European interests. And obviously, yes, this is what was already mentioned. It's, of course, about the practical things, including facilitating scientific collaboration across borders, like, for instance, issuing visas to scientists so they can visit each other and they can have international interactions, setting up data sharing agreements between the countries, which facilitate researchers to work together, even they are not physically located in the same place. And this is especially required in the area where the scientific progress is much faster than progress in the legislation. So obviously here, all the science attachés and policy advisors can play a huge role here. They could help connect national priorities with everything that goes globally, and this obviously requires the training and alignment between the different approaches in the different countries. So just to summarize, yes, I do believe that diplomacy can help reduce the risks, but I believe that even more importantly, it can and it should make sure that we do not miss out on the opportunities.
Thank you. And again, the question to the audience, is there anybody who would like to comment anything?
Thank you so much. As we have only 5 minutes left to the end of this question, I'm taking this opportunity, following what Janusz has said, and I would like to ask, especially College of Natalin and NAVA, College of Natalin, are you, or Pavel, are you working on specific training opportunities that will be offered in the College of Natalin, in the program? And NAVA, are you working on specific funding opportunities for institutions such as College of Natalin or Polish Academy of Sciences or universities that will fund training courses, training opportunities, and building capabilities in science diplomacy?
Thank you.
Okay. I am the only moderator, and there is a question about NAVA. Everything depends on the strategy of internalization we're working now. The strategy will be finished not later than the end of this year, and basing on this strategy, you are in the team, you are of the executive members of the team, basing on the things we create in this strategy. We will create new programs in NAVA. So if it will be in our strategy, there will be a new program regarding this type of things. So this is the very simple answer. So not later than in next year, there will be probably the new program in NAVA or not.
All right, thank you. So works as well. Shall I answer the question first or take the other one? Okay. So thank you for this. So the College of Europe in Natalin, is it? It is? Okay. It's been now it works very well. Thank you. It's been ages since I've been live on stage without a guitar, so it's usually you have something in your ear, and then you hear yourself playing or singing. So College of Europe in Natalin, or the College of Europe as such, because now you asked specifically Natalin, so maybe I'll stick to this. Science diplomacy as such, branded as such, is not yet part of a specific training. When you take subcomponents that you would add on this, we discussed during coffee breaks about green diplomacy, about digital diplomacy. So when you add those components, you might realize that actually you're doing a big chunk of the broader science diplomacy, yet already being deep down in a specific area of that. So in this sense, we are active in those climate or digital diplomacies, if I may put it that way. We do it, of course, for the EU Diplomatic Academy. We do it so for member states, but for EU institutions. We do it for national, also public stakeholders. And I mentioned the Eastern Partnership before during the previous question. We're doing it as well beyond the EU's border. So with a regional program for diplomatic regional program for candidate countries. So it's Eastern Partnership, also Western Balkans, and so on and so forth. So I will not get into this, but there's already, I would say, a pretty consistent and broad portfolio of activities that many of you would simply probably relabel and reshuffle. And maybe that is the kind of work we might want to think about. And there's of course a lot yet to be done. I would say on science diplomacy as such. So for I would say for the beauty of the art, to think about exactly what it is, where it comes from, what is the future, and what are the expectations. But from I would say a practice-oriented perspective, this work is already ongoing. Yeah.
Okay, so
Professor Bertelsen was first. Yeah.
Just a brief question about the training and capacity building. I basically think that science diplomacy depends very much on interdisciplinary and intersectorial skills. And I think curiosity, experimentation is very important to get those kinds of skills. And I don't know what your experiences as educators are, but my experience is that students have less and less space for experimentation and curiosity. Even in rich Norway, student loans, etc., are undermined by inflation. They have to work more and more with their studies. And quite frankly, students, they study to the test. They're very clear about what are the learning targets, what is being examined. They study that, and there is, as far as I can see, less and less room for the experimentation, for the curiosity, which I think is the basis of having the knowledge of other academic fields, other sectors, which ties these things together. I don't know if you recognize this as educators, and I don't know if you have any views on that. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody wants to comment, or we're going to the next question?
Shall I? I don't know. On the experimentation, right? It's going to be a short answer. I have one philosophy. When I consider higher education, all the knowledge that is available, you can find it in a public library or in publicly accessible websites. What changes is the setting, is your mentor, teacher, professor. And it's and this is where we come in with specifically at the College of Europe, is the practice-oriented approach. We want a hands-on approach to the knowledge acquired by our postgraduate students, or to the knowledge and skills in classroom taught or designed for, in this case, diplomats. We want them to go on site. So when we consider study visits, for instance, for diplomats, as part of the European Union Diplomatic Academy, there's a clear component at the border, the EU's eastern external border. So where they see the full-scale picture of the Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine at all levels, refugees, military cooperation. So it's EU and NATO alike. Medical, going to the medevac in hub in Rzeszów or the Jasionka airport. That's also something. It's a place where soldiers are being transported to before they're being transported to other places like Ramstein, for instance, hospital and elsewhere. You can read about it, you can see, you hear about it, but you have to experience it, you have to talk to people, you have to confront your own knowledge. So we do it at all levels, but of course, and again, thank you, Professor Bertelsmann, for insisting on the fact that science goes beyond natural sciences, and social sciences, humanities are also included, so that's why I'm able to speak here. And this is our role, I would say, in expanding the practical component of knowledge. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And that was the last question, because unfortunately we have run out of time. The discussion was very interesting. Thank you to the fantastic audience. I am happy because the audience took part in our discussion, and there is always an element of surprise when the audience takes part in the discussion. And thank you to our distinguished panelists, Mr. Paweł Michalski, Professor Pier Bruno Ruffini, and Professor Janusz Bojnicki. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With this, we concluded our today's meeting, and I would like to give the floor to the president of the Polish Academy of Science, Marek Konarzewski, to say goodbye remarks.
All right, I'll buy you a time to sit for a moment, and it's a great pleasure to wrap up a little bit today's event. It was a great pleasure to listen to two fantastic presentations at the first part of the conference that sets the stage for the rest of the meeting. Unfortunately, I missed the middle part, which is dear to my heart because I did my PhD in the Arctic. So unfortunately, I had to leave. But I also dare to say that this is the stronghold of Polish contribution to science diplomacy and perhaps science at large. We have two polar stations, probably you've heard about it. We have quite a lot to offer to the world in terms of not only scientific input but also international collaboration. And here, well, let me jump a little bit to the very last panel, and I'll make a comment on what Janusz Bojnicki have said on the role and the confusion sometimes of the two roles that we play. I mean, the lobbyists for science, and at the same time the honest advisors for the decision makers. Well, this is of course very tricky, and indeed, in principle, we should not confuse these two roles. But frankly, I think this is fairly easy to say and to judge when we and on which side we are. And just give you one example. I am a lobbyist towards decision makers because we are lobbying for the funds to build a Polish research vessel, mostly dedicated to polar research. And of course, if I'm trying to advance polar research, then of course I'm also trying to advance this very notion of the need to build the research vessels that will not only be a fantastic platform for research, but also for the projection of Polish national interests in the very sensitive areas. And then, should I refrain from, let's say, lobbying for the building of this vessel? I think not. So that's a tricky part, but I'm absolutely confident that each one of you, when put in such a position, will make a right choice where to be an honest broker and when we should indeed refrain from lobbying for these parts of science that by accident is the fields that we are within. So then indeed there is a conflict of interest. But let me just allude to the very bottom of this slide, science diplomacy in Poland and its role in European Union. Science diplomacy in Poland, unfortunately, is still at its infancy. We have discussed in the meeting just in the coffee break that, frankly, if we count the people that were really embedded in science diplomacy, at least at the level of European Union, I think we will count up to 10 maybe, and that's not enough. So indeed, our first task is to recruit more people, both by making them engaged at the level of universities and I agree with Professor Bertelsen. It's very difficult, and I don't think we should address each and every student. But I think we should try to identify the cohorts of students, or maybe PhD students, or maybe even the really accomplished scientists like Janusz Bujnicki, who still have, it's interesting by itself. I mean, this is always a skewed distributions. Those that are very good in science somehow find an extra time to engage in some other activities. And so this is a cohort of researchers that are still, I think, very, very capable in doing a really bold science diplomacy. So that's up to us, to the institutions like Polish Academy of Sciences, to the universities. I think the college in Natolin is a wonderful example, particularly that I have just heard that so many of your alumni work in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. By the way, I'm very thankful to the ministry for the turnout. I would say, and I have at least 15 years plus experience in this kind of events, this is the first event of that kind where the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is so prominently present. So thank you, Minister Anna. Radwan is not with us anymore, but still her presence and the presence of her colleagues is something to really appreciate and acknowledge. I can't say the same about the other ministers. We have spread the invitation and repeat the invitation to other ministries that should be interested, because they are about innovation and technology and so on. And that's, I think, this gap that we have to fill in Poland, but not only in Poland. I believe that we have the same problem, let's say, across Europe. So, yes, there is a great room for improvement. This improvement is extremely well identified in these two fantastic documents that were presented early today. We have to work internally in Poland to, first and foremost, to increase the cohort of knowledgeable people that can be engaged and would like to be engaged in science diplomacy, and this is up to us. And I think that the lessons learned from today's meeting are something that we will at least wrap up in terms of, let's say, the recommendations. So we will leave the room today with just good memories, but also we would like to have a written document that we could circulate and use for the future actions. I am now staring at the director of NAVA, and I'm sorry, you've somehow a little bit missed the very apt question posed by Anna, but I'll be trying to persuade you and also our peers. I mean, the Ministry of Science. Well, by the way, it won't be the Minister of Science anymore in a month or so. But anyway, we'll have the minister somewhere. So we will have to persuade him or her to really take this issue seriously and allocate some funding for training the scientists to become the science diplomats, or diplomats to become the science diplomats, because this should be, I think, two-way street. So we have a lot to do, but it must somewhere start. I would say that we are still at the very, very beginning, and I'm confident that we will not start all over again, because this is the problem of let's say, a sustainability of what we are doing. But at least I will take for granted that this meeting is a solid platform for the future of science diplomacy in Poland, and our contribution to the strengthening of science diplomacy at the EU level, and then we will prevail as a scientists. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. With this, we conclude our meeting. I know that some of us have a plane to catch. So once again, thank you, and see you again. Thanks.
you.